Welcome back, my friend, to Irish Fantasy Sleep Stories. My name is Brendan, and tonight I hope to guide you to a deep and restful sleep. If you would like to support my channel, please click the like and subscribe buttons below. Tonight's video is a compilation of some of my sleep stories so far, totaling over 4 hours. In this compilation, you can enjoy The Wolfhound's Destiny, Whispers in the Mist, Twilight's Embrace, Galway Girl, The Banshee's Cry, Echoes of the Ancients, and A Night Without Lights. So find yourself a comfortable spot, relax, shake off the stress of the day, close your eyes, and come with me on a journey through Ireland. The mist rolled in from the sea, blanketing the cobblestone streets of Ballyvara, a quaint coastal town nestled in the Emerald Hills of County Clare, Ireland. Ancient stone buildings stood sentinel along the winding lanes, their weathered faces telling tales of centuries gone by. The aroma of freshly baked soda bread wafted from Mrs. O'Leary's bakery, mingling with the salty sea air and the earthy scent of peat smoke curling from crooked chimneys. In a cosy cottage on the outskirts of town lived Siobhan Murphy, a 28-year-old librarian with fiery red hair and eyes as green as the surrounding countryside. Siobhan spent her days surrounded by books, losing herself in tales of myth and legend. She was known for her kindness and her lilting laugh, but there was a loneliness in her heart that even the most captivating story couldn't fill. On the other side of Ballyvara, in a rustic farmhouse overlooking the wild Atlantic, lived Liam O'Brien. At 32, Liam was a skilled craftsman, his strong hands equally adept at carving intricate Celtic designs and tending to his small herd of sheep. His dark hair and stormy blue eyes gave him a brooding appearance, but those who knew him spoke of his gentle nature and dry wit. Though Siobhan and Liam had lived in Ballyvara all their lives, their paths had rarely crossed. The town, for all its charm, had a way of keeping secrets and maintaining unspoken boundaries. But lately, whispers had been circulating through the pub and the market square. People spoke in hushed tones of a massive Irish wolfhound that had appeared in town. Some claimed it was as tall as a man, with eyes that gleamed with an uncanny intelligence. The beast was said to roam the misty streets at night, its silvery coat shimmering like moonlight on water. No one knew where it came from, or to whom it belonged, but its presence had stirred something in the air, a sense of ancient magic awakening. Little did Siobhan and Liam know that this mysterious hound was about to weave their fates together in ways they could never have imagined. Siobhan pulled her wooden shawl tighter around her shoulders as she hurried home from the library, her mind still filled with the enchanting tales she had been cataloguing all day. The mist had thickened, casting an ethereal glow over the quiet streets, and Siobhan found herself drawn to the soothing rhythm of her footsteps on the cobblestones. Rounding a corner, she paused, her breath catching in her throat. There, in the middle of the lane, stood the legendary Irish Wolfhound, its massive frame silhouetted against the pearly mist. Siobhan's heart raced as she took in the sheer size of the animal, its shoulders easily reaching her waist. Its coat was the colour of freshly fallen snow, its fur gleaming as if lit from within. But what captivated Siobhan most were the creature's eyes, intelligent and piercing, with a depth that seemed to reflect the ancient wisdom of the land itself. The wolfhound turned its gaze towards Siobhan, and for a moment time seemed to stand still. Siobhan felt a shiver run down her spine, as if the dog could see into the very depths of her soul. Hesitantly, she took a step forward, unable to tear her eyes away from the ethereal animal. "Hello there," she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. "Where did you come from, The wolfhound regarded her silently, its head tilted slightly to the side as if considering her question. Then, to Siobhan's amazement, the dog began to move its massive paws, carrying it slowly towards her. She held her breath, unsure whether to stand her ground or retreat, but something in the animal's gaze compelled her to remain still. As the wolfhound drew closer, Siobhan could see the intelligence and gentleness in its eyes, and she felt a surge of curiosity and fascination. Reaching out a tentative hand, she allowed the dog to sniff her fingers, marveling at the softness of its fur and the warmth of its breath. "You're quite a remarkable creature, aren't you?" she whispered, her fingers tracing the outline of the wolfhound's head. "I wonder what brings you to our little town." The dog's eyes seemed to meet hers, and Siobhan felt a strange connection, as if the animal could sense the longing in her heart. In that moment, she knew that her life was about to take an unexpected and extraordinary turn. Liam O'Brien whistled a cheerful tune as he walked home from the workshop, his work apron slung over his shoulder and his calloused hands stained with wood varnish. The mist had settled in, casting a hazy glow over the familiar streets of Ballyvara, and Liam found himself slowing his pace to savour the tranquillity of the evening. As he neared the edge of town, a sudden movement in the mist caught his eye. Liam paused, squinting into the pearly haze, and felt his breath catch in his throat as the massive form of the legendary Irish Wolfhound materialized before him. The dog stood motionless, its silvery coat shimmering like moonlight on water. Liam had heard the whispers about the mysterious creature that had been spotted roaming the town, but seeing it in person was a truly awe-inspiring experience. He found himself mesmerized by the animal's regal bearing and the intelligence that shone in its eyes. Tentatively, Liam took a step forward, his heart pounding in his chest. The wolfhound regarded him steadily, its gaze seeming to penetrate the very depths of his being. Liam felt a strange pull towards the animal, as if it were somehow connected to him in a way he couldn't quite explain. Slowly, he extended his hand, offering it for the dog to sniff. To his surprise, the wolfhound stepped forward and gently nuzzled his palm, its warm breath tickling his skin. Liam couldn't help but marvel at the creature's gentleness, and a sense of wonder and curiosity began to take hold of him. "Hello there," he murmured, his voice barely above a whisper. "Where did you come from, I wonder?" The wolfhound tilted its head as if considering the question, just as it did with Siobhan, and Liam couldn't help but feel that the animal understood him on a deeper level. He found himself drawn to the dog's enigmatic presence, his fingers itching to reach out and stroke its soft fur. In that moment, Liam knew that his encounter with the mysterious wolfhound had the potential to change the course of his life in ways he could never have imagined. The animal's captivating gaze had awakened something within him, a sense of longing that had been dormant for far too long. As he reluctantly turned and continued on his way, Liam couldn't help but glance back, his eyes searching the mist for a glimpse of the wolfhound's retreating form. He knew that this was only the beginning of a journey that would lead him down a path he had never dared to explore. The next morning, Siobhan found herself drawn to the edge of town, her steps guided by the memory of her strange encounter with the mystical Irish wolfhound. As she walked, she couldn't shake the feeling that the animal had left an indelible mark on her, awakening a sense of curiosity that had long lain dormant. As she rounded a corner, Siobhan suddenly caught sight of the wolfhound standing in the middle of the road, its piercing gaze focused intently on her. Her heart quickened, and without a moment's hesitation, she followed the dog as it turned and began to trot down a secluded lane, disappearing into the mist. Siobhan weaved her way through the winding path, her mind racing with questions. Where was the wolfhound leading her? What was the significance of the mysterious creature that had captivated the entire town? As she emerged into a small, grassy clearing, Siobhan's breath caught in her throat. There, on the other side of the meadow, stood the hulking form of the wolfhound, and beside it, a tall, dark-haired man. A stranger to Siobhan, yet somehow familiar. The man turned, his stormy blue eyes locking into Siobhan's, and she felt a jolt of electricity pass between them. There was a depth and intensity to his gaze that left her momentarily disarmed, and she found herself unable to look away. The wolfhound, sensing the connection between the two, let out a soft woof and nudged the man's hand as if urging him to approach Siobhan. Liam, drawn by the dog's insistence, took a hesitant step forward, his eyes never leaving Siobhan's face. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to intrude, Siobhan stammered, suddenly self-conscious. I was just following the wolfhound, and it led me here. Liam offered her a warm smile, his expression a curious mix of surprise and intrigue. No need to apologize, he replied, his voice low and smooth. I'm Liam O'Brien, and I'm afraid I was also following this remarkable creature. Siobhan felt a flutter in her chest at the sound of his voice, and she found herself drawn to the kindness and gentleness that radiated from him. I'm Siobhan Murphy, she said, taking a step closer. It's a pleasure to meet you, Liam. The wolfhound, seemingly satisfied with its work, settled down on the grass, its eyes trained on the two humans as they continued to regard one another with a growing sense of fascination. So, do you have any idea what this dog is doing, bringing us together like this? Liam asked, a hint of amusement in his tone. Siobhan shook her head, a small smile playing on her lips. Not a clue, she admitted. But I have a feeling this is only the beginning of something extraordinary. As they began to converse, sharing stories and exchanging ideas, Siobhan and Liam felt a connection blossoming between them, one that seemed to hum with a mystical energy, an energy that was undoubtedly connected to the wolfhound's presence. Over the next few weeks, Siobhan and Liam found themselves drawn together by the mysterious wolfhound, their chance encounter in the misty clearing blossoming into a budding friendship. They would often meet in that secluded meadow, the wolfhound seeming to summon them there with its piercing gaze. As they sat side by side on the grass, sharing stories and laughter, the massive dog would lie nearby, its its eyes fixed upon them with an almost uncanny intelligence. I can't get over how connected I feel to this animal, Siobhan confessed one afternoon, her fingers running through the wolfhound's soft fur. It's as if there's some invisible bond between us, as if it knows something we don't. Liam nodded in agreement, his brow furrowed in contemplation. I feel it too, he replied, his hand reaching out to gently stroke the dog's head. There's something extraordinary about this creature, something ancient and powerful. As they spoke, the wolfhound suddenly sat up, its ears perked forward and a low rumble emanating from its chest. Siobhan and Liam fell silent, their eyes drawn to the animal's sudden change in demeanour. Without warning, the sky darkened and a chill wind swept through the clearing, causing the grass to sway and the trees to creak ominously. Siobhan shivered, instinctively moving closer to Liam, who wrapped a comforting arm around her shoulders. The wolfhound let out a deep, resonant bark, its eyes fixated on a point in the distance. Siobhan and Liam followed its gaze, and to their astonishment they saw a shimmering, ephemeral figure materializing in the mist. A figure that seemed to possess an uncanny grace and power. As the figure drew nearer, Siobhan and Liam felt a sense of awe and reverence wash over them. The wolfhound, its hackles raised, let out a low, warning growl, and the figure paused, as if acknowledging the dog's authority. "What is it?" Siobhan whispered, her voice barely audible over the howling wind. Liam shook his head, his eyes wide with wonder. "I don't know," he breathed, "but I think it's something ancient, something from the realm of myth and legend." The figure moved closer, and Siobhan and Liam found themselves transfixed, unable to tear their gaze away. As it approached, they could make out the ethereal features of a woman, her eyes gleaming with an otherworldly light. Suddenly, the wolfhound let out a sharp bark, and the figure turned, its attention now focused on the massive dog. The two seemed to engage in a silent exchange, their gazes locked in a dance of power and understanding. Siobhan and Liam watched, breathless, as the figure slowly faded back into the mist, leaving a sense of awe and mystery in its wake. The wolfhound, its hackles still raised, let out a low whine, its eyes seeking out Liam and Siobhan. "What was that?" Siobhan asked, her voice trembling with a mixture of fear and wonder. "I don't know," Liam replied, "but I have a feeling that we're only just beginning to uncover the secrets that this wolfhound and this place hold." As they sat together, the wind slowly dying down and the sun peeking through the clouds, Siobhan and Liam felt their bond deepen. Their shared experience of the extraordinary solidifying into a connection that transcended the boundaries of their small town. They knew that their lives had been irreversibly altered, and the Wolfhound would continue to guide them on a journey of discovery, one that would test the limits of their understanding and their love. In the days that followed their encounter with the ethereal figure in the clearing, Siobhan and Liam found themselves consumed by a burning curiosity to uncover the truth behind the mysterious Wolfhound. They spent countless hours poring over ancient tomes and local legends, searching for any clues that might shed light on the creature's true nature. It was during one of these research sessions, tucked away in the quiet alcoves of the town library, that they stumbled upon a remarkable discovery. "Listen to this, Liam," Siobhan said, her voice hushed with excitement. "There's an old folk tale about a spirit known as Cú Siada, a canine guardian and matchmaker who roams the Irish countryside, bringing together soulmates and guiding them on their destined paths." Liam leaned forward, his eyes wide with interest. "A matchmaking spirit in the form of a dog," he murmured, his brow furrowed in contemplation. "That certainly seems to fit the Wolfhound's peculiar behaviour." Siobhan nodded, her fingers tracing the worn pages of the ancient tome. "The Cú Siada is said to possess an otherworldly wisdom and a deep understanding of the human heart," she continued. "It's believed that the spirit chooses its companions carefully, guiding them towards their true loves and helping them to forge unbreakable bonds." Liam let out a soft chuckle, shaking his head in disbelief. "So you're telling me that this Wolfhound, this magnificent, enigmatic creature, is some kind of mystical matchmaker?" he asked, his voice tinged with a mixture of skepticism and wonder. Siobhan smiled, her eyes sparkling with a newfound sense of purpose. "It would certainly explain why it brought us together in that clearing, and why it seems to have a special connection to both of us," she said, reaching out to lightly touch Liam's hand. As their gazes locked, Siobhan and Liam felt a surge of understanding wash over them. The Wolfhound was not just a dog. It was a manifestation of something far more ancient and powerful. A spirit guide that had chosen them for a reason. "If this is true," Liam murmured, his fingers intertwined with Siobhan's, "then we have a responsibility to unravel this mystery, to understand the Cú Siada's purpose, and to embrace the connection it has forged between us." Siobhan nodded, her heart swelling with a sense of purpose and wonder. "Then let's begin," she said, her voice steady and determined. "Let's see where this extraordinary journey takes us." The air was thick with anticipation as Siobhan and Liam followed the Wolfhound through the winding pathways that led deep into the ancient, mystical heart of the countryside. The massive dog moved with a sense of purpose, its silvery coat gleaming in the fading sunlight, and the two humans felt a palpable energy thrumming through the very earth beneath their feet. As they crested a small hill, the Wolfhound paused, its head tilting to the side as if to beckon them forward. And there, nestled in a hidden valley, stood a crumbling ruin, a structure that seemed to hum with a power that was both familiar and unsettling. Siobhan felt a shiver run down her spine, and she instinctively reached for Liam's hand, their fingers intertwining as they approached the ancient site. The wolfhound let out a low, resonant bark, and suddenly the air around them seemed to shimmer and distort, as if the very fabric of reality was being stretched and pulled. "Liam?" Siobhan whispered, her voice laced with apprehension. "What's happening?" Liam squeezed her hand, his expression a mixture of awe and trepidation. "I don't know," he murmured, "but I have a feeling we're about to find out." As they drew closer to the ruin, the air grew thick with an energy that seemed to both repel and beckon them. The wolfhound, its ears perked forward, led them to the crumbling archway, pausing to look back at them with an expectant gaze. Siobhan and Liam exchanged a silent glance, an unspoken understanding passing between them. They knew that this was a test, a challenge that would ultimately determine the strength of their connection and the depth of their love. Taking a deep breath, they stepped through the archway, and the world around them seemed to shift and distort. Suddenly, they found themselves in a vast, otherworldly space, its walls shimmering with an ethereal light. And there, standing before them, was the same ethereal figure they had encountered in the clearing, the manifestation of the Ku Shihe, the ancient spirit that had brought them together. The figure regarded them with a penetrating gaze, its eyes seeming to peer into the very depths of their souls. "You have been chosen," it intoned, its voice resonating with a power that was both soothing and unsettling. "Now, you must prove the strength of your bond." Without warning, the ground began to shake, and a swirling vortex of energy opened up beneath their feet. Siobhan let out a terrified gasp, and Liam pulled her close, shielding her with his body. "Liam, I'm scared," Siobhan cried, her fingers clutching at his shirt. Liam tightened his embrace, his eyes filled with a fierce determination. "I won't let anything happen to you," he whispered, his lips pressing a tender kiss to her forehead. In that moment, Siobhan felt a surge of love and trust that transcended all fear and doubt. She knew with a certainty that burned in her very core that her bond was unbreakable, a connection forged by the ancient spirit that had brought them together. As the vortex's pull grew stronger, Siobhan and Liam held fast to each other, their love a shield against the overwhelming power of the Ku Shihe's test. And in that instant, the wolfhound let out a triumphant howl, its eyes shining with a profound understanding, and the world around them erupted in a blinding flash of light. When the light faded, Siobhan and Liam found themselves back in the secluded clearing. the wolfhound sitting calmly by their side. Their hearts were racing, their bodies trembling, but their bond had been forged in the crucible of the Cú-Síoth's test, and they had emerged stronger and more in love than ever before. Siobhan looked up at Liam, her eyes shining with a newfound clarity. "We did it," she whispered, her voice thick with emotion. "We faced the challenge, and our love prevailed." Liam nodded, his arms wrapped protectively around her. "Yes," he murmured, pressing a tender kiss to her forehead. "And I have a feeling that the wolfhound, the Cú-Síoth, knew all along that we would succeed." As if in response to his words, the massive dog let out a soft, contented sigh, its gaze focused intently on the couple. Siobhan reached out, her fingers gently running through the wolfhound's thick fur, and she felt a profound sense of understanding and gratitude wash over her. "Thank you," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "Thank you for bringing us together, for guiding us, for believing in us." The wolfhound tilted its head, and Siobhan could have sworn she saw a flicker of something akin to pride in its eyes. And in that moment, she knew that the Cú-Síoth's promise had been fulfilled. The ancient spirit had found its soulmates, and it was time for it to move on. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting the clearing in a warm golden glow, the wolfhound rose to its feet with one last lingering look. It turned and began to walk away, its steps steady and sure. Siobhan and Liam watched, their hearts swelling with a bittersweet mix of gratitude and sorrow, as the wolfhound disappeared into the gathering mist, becoming one with the ancient magic that had enveloped their lives. And in the silence that followed, they knew the Cú-Síoth's legacy would live on in the unbreakable bond they shared, a bond that had been forged in the fires of the divine, and that would carry them forward into a future filled with endless possibilities. Years passed, and Siobhan and Liam's lives continued to unfold in a tapestry woven with the threads of their extraordinary encounter with the enigmatic wolfhound. Their love had only grown stronger, their connection deepening with each passing day. Sitting together on the very same patch of grass where they had first met the Cú-Síoth, Siobhan leaned her head against Liam's shoulder, a contented sigh escaping her lips. "Do you ever wonder what happened to the wolfhound?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Liam's arms tightened around her waist and he pressed a gentle kiss to her temple. "Sometimes," he admitted, his gaze sweeping across the familiar landscape. "But I like to think that it's watching over us, guiding us even now in ways we can't fully understand." As if in response to his words, a sudden breeze rustled the leaves overhead, and Siobhan felt a peculiar sense of warmth and reassurance wash over her. Smiling, she reached down and laced her fingers through Liam's, their wedding rings catching the fading light. "I'm grateful for the Cú-Síoth's gift," she murmured, her eyes shining with a quiet radiance. It led me to you, and that is the greatest blessing I could ever have asked for. Liam pulled her close, his heart swelling with love and contentment. As am I, my love, he whispered. As am I. And in the distance, a lone wolf howl echoed through the twilight, a gentle reminder of the enduring magic that had bound their lives together. Whispers in the Mist. Dublin at twilight is a city steeped in enchantment. The mists roll in softly from the River Liffey, curling like a lively thing around the cobblestones and lantern poles, carrying with it the scent of rain-soaked stone and the faint tang of brine. The river itself is a mirror, capturing the amber-pink glow of the setting sun and stretching it across its gently rippling surface. The world feels hushed, as though holding its breath in the golden hour's tender embrace. On the streets, life hums in quiet harmony. The distant sound of traditional Irish tunes drifts through the air, carried by a street musician perched near a corner of O'Connell Bridge. A fiddle joins the rhythm of the bowron, their notes weaving an age-old melody that speaks of both joy and longing. Passers-by pause to listen, their faces touched with wistful smiles, before moving on into the deepening evening. The city's gas lights sputter to life, their amber glow pooling on the slick stones below. Shadows lengthen, taking on a life of their own, dancing alongside the footsteps of locals and travellers alike. The bustle of the city is softened now, the edges of voices and laughter blurring into a lulling harmony that seems to rise and fall with the breath of the streets. Amid the winding lanes of Temple Bar, where narrow alleys twist and turn like forgotten secrets, a small shop catches the eye. It is wedged between two ivy-draped buildings, its windows glowing faintly against the dimming light. Above the door, a hand-painted sign sways gently in the evening breeze. Moira's Fortunes, Readings and Remedies. The shop's exterior is charmingly mismatched, its wooden frame painted in fading hues of emerald green and adorned with hanging charms and brass chimes. The sound of the chimes is faint but persistent, a soothing, lilting music that seems to call out to anyone who strays too close. The window displays are cluttered with objects of wonder, crystal balls, catching and reflecting the light, tarot cards arranged in mysterious patterns, and vials of iridescent liquid resting atop lace dollies. Inside, visible through the slightly ajar door, the space seems to shimmer with an otherworldly glow. Flickering candles cast golden halos on the walls, while the scent of lavender and something earthier, perhaps sage, drifts out, mingling with the cool night air. A sense of timelessness hangs over the shop, as though it exists just slightly out of step with the outside world. To those passing by, the shop is both a curiosity and an invitation, its glow promising warmth, mystery, and the faintest hint of magic. Few can resist the pull, though fewer still truly understand why they step inside. For some, it is mere whimsy. For others, a need they cannot quite articulate. Tonight, the door stands open, waiting for the arrival of two souls destined to find more than they ever sought. The city watches, silent and patient as the night deepens and the story begins. The streets of Dublin, with their age-old charm and shifting moods, are a muse for Ciara. The young artist strides briskly along the cobblestones, clutching a portfolio close to her chest. Loose strands of auburn hair escape her scarf, curling wildly in the cool evening breeze. She doesn't notice. Her mind is awash with thoughts of the gallery she's heading to. A small but promising exhibition where she hopes to display her latest sketches. For Ciara, the city is more than a home. It's a living canvas. Her sketchbook overflows with scenes captured on a whim. Street musicians lost in their melodies, weathered shopkeepers swapping tales, and fleeting glimpses of strangers whose stories she imagined into existence. But lately, the spark that drives her has been harder to summon. Her art feels stagnant, her creativity clouded by the creeping doubts of comparison and expectation. As she walks through Temple Bar, the lively streets seem quieter tonight, as if the city is holding its breath. A chill dances up her spine, and she pauses, glancing around. That's when she sees it. A small shop glowing softly in the evening mist. Its mismatched exterior and swaying charms seem oddly familiar. though she's certain she's never noticed it before. The sign, Moira's fortunes, readings and remedies, draws her gaze. There's a particular weight to the air, as though the shop itself is calling her name. Kira hesitates. Practicality urges her to keep moving. She has somewhere to be, after all. But curiosity stirs, louder and more insistent, before she can second-guess herself. Her feet are moving towards the door, her portfolio forgotten in her grip. Across the city, Owen lingers by the edge of the River Liffey, his guitar case slung over one shoulder. He has just played a short set at a local pub, his fingers still aching from the strings. The performance had gone well enough. The crowd clapped politely, and someone even bought him a drink. Yet as he watches the water ripple under the fading light, he feels no satisfaction. Dublin is both achingly familiar and painfully strange to him. After years abroad chasing dreams that never quite materialized, he has returned to the city of his childhood, hoping to find something he lost along the way. But everything seems to have shifted in his absence. Old haunts feel smaller, the streets less inviting. Even his music, once a refuge, feels hollow, like a language he no longer speaks fluently. A soft breeze ruffles his dark curls, carrying a faint tinkling sound. He looks up, noticing the shop tucked into a narrow alley he doesn't remember. Its faint glow tugs at him, a quiet magnetism that silences the restless thoughts in his mind. Without fully understanding why, he crosses the street, his footsteps steady but unhurried, as though moving in a dream. They arrive at the door simultaneously. Kira, hand outstretched to push it open, nearly collides with Owen as he approaches. "Oh, sorry," she says, stepping back, her cheeks flushing pink. "No worries," Owen replies, his voice quiet but warm, the trace of a smile on his lips. For a moment they stand there, two strangers brought together by a place neither can explain. Kira shifts her portfolio under her arm and Owen adjusts the strap of his guitar case, their gazes flickering to the shop's interior glow. "You first," Owen offers, gesturing towards the door. Kira hesitates, her curiosity mingling with a faint unease. But there's something reassuring about Owen's presence, even in its quiet, unfamiliarity. She nods and steps inside, and he follows close behind. The air inside is warm and scented with lavender and sage. Candles flicker in every corner, casting long dancing shadows across the room. The faint chime of bells accompanies their entrance, though neither remembers hearing them as they cross the threshold. Standing behind a small wooden table draped with velvet is a woman with silvery hair and eyes that seem to shimmer in the candlelight. She smiles as though greeting old friends. "Welcome," the fortune teller says, her voice melodic, carrying a weight of knowing. "I've been waiting for you." Kira and Owen exchange uncertain glances, but the pull that led them here refuses to loosen its hold. The shop door creaks shut behind them, sealing their fates within. Inside Moira's shop, time seemed to slow. The dim room was awash in warm candlelight, each flicker casting shadows that seemed to dance with purpose. Shelves crowded with books, crystals, and mysterious trinkets lined the walls, and the air was thick with the earthy aroma of sage and lavender. A faint hum, like the low note of a harp, seemed to vibrate through the room, just beneath the edge of hearing. At the centre of it all stood Moira, her presence magnetic yet soothing. She was an older woman, her silvery hair flowing freely over a cloak of deep emerald green. Her eyes glimmered, the colour shifting between stormy grey and piercing blue as the light caught them. She smiled as Kira and Owen stepped hesitantly forward, the door clicking shut behind them. "Ah," she said, her voice soft yet carrying an undeniable authority. "You've come at last." Kira blinked. "You were expecting us?" Moira tilted her head, studying them with a gaze that seemed to pierce through layers of skin and soul. "Not so much expecting as knowing. Some paths are inevitable, my dear. Yours converged long before you stepped into this shop." Owen shifted, his guitar case slung awkwardly over his shoulder. "I think there's been some mistake. I just..." "There are no mistakes," Moira interrupted gently, but firmly. She gestured towards a round wooden table in the centre of the room, draped in a crimson cloth, embroidered with swirling golden patterns. "Sit, both of you." Though uncertainty lingered, Kira and Owen found themselves obeying without question, as if her words carried an irresistible gravity. They exchanged a quick glance as they took their seats, their unease mingling with curiosity. Moira sat opposite them, her movements deliberate and graceful. From a drawer beneath the table she produced a deck of cards, their edges worn but gilded, and began shuffling them with practiced ease. The room seemed to hold its breath. "What are you going to do?" Kira asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "Read your fortunes," Moira replied, her tone matter of fact. "Together." "Together," Owen echoed, a hint of skepticism in his voice. Moira's hands stilled. She placed the cards on the table, leaning in slightly. "Your fates are intertwined, whether you believe it or not. The threads of your lives have been woven together long before this moment." Kira and Owen looked at each other, startled. They had just met, mere minutes ago, and yet Moira's words sent an inexplicable shiver through them both. Moira began to draw cards, one by one, arranging them in a circular pattern. Each card bore an intricate image: a crescent moon entwined with a tree, a pair of swans flying across a stormy sky, a river splitting into two streams before rejoining as one. "The symbols are clear," Moira said, her voice low and melodic. "You two are bound by forces beyond this world, a bond that transcends time. You've met in other lives, other places, though you may not remember. But this life, this is the life where it must happen." "Where what must happen?" Kira asked, her pulse quickening. Moira leaned back, her eyes glinting with something like mischief. "That's for you to discover. But there is a path you must walk together, and it begins tonight." As she spoke, the air in the room seemed to shift. A faint shimmer, like the reflection of sunlight on water, surrounded Kira and Owen. Neither spoke, but they both felt it, a subtle tug in the deepest parts of their being, as though invisible strings were binding them closer. Moira reached for a small wooden box on the table and opened it, revealing a smooth, heart-shaped stone, the colour of the River Liffey on a cloudy day. She slid it toward them. "This," she said, "is your task. Find the heart of the Liffey before the next full moon. Only then will your fates truly align." "What's the heart of the Liffey?" Owen asked, frowning. Moira smiled enigmatically. "That is also for you to discover. It is both a place and an idea, a treasure and a truth. You will know it when you find it." The weight of her words hung in the air. Kira's fingers brushed against the edge of the stone, cool and smooth, while Owen studied it with cautious intrigue. "And if we don't?" Kira asked hesitantly. Moira's smile faded, replaced by a look of quiet gravity. "Then the threads of your lives will unravel, and the chance to fulfill your destiny will be lost. But I believe in you both. The question is, do you?" For a moment, neither of them spoke. The shimmer in the air faded, leaving behind a strange stillness, as though the room itself awaited their answer. Finally, Kira nodded, her voice steady. "We'll do it." Owen hesitated, then met her gaze. "All right," he said, a quiet resolve settling in his chest. "We're in." Moira's smile returned, warm and approving. "Good," she said, rising from the table. "Now, off you go. The night is young, and the city waits for you." As Kira and Owen stepped back into the misty streets, the glow of Moira's shop behind them, they could feel it, the beginning of something extraordinary. Kira and Owen stood on the cobblestone street outside the shop, the faint glow of its candles fading behind them. The mist swirled in the lamplight, softening the edges of the world around them. Kira clutched the heart-shaped stone Moira had gave them, its cool weight both grounding and mysterious in her hand. "So," Owen said, breaking the silence, "any idea what she meant by the heart of the Liffey?" Kira shook her head, her breath puffing in the cool night air. "None, but I'm guessing it's not something we'll just stumble across without trying." She glanced at him, her green eyes searching his face. "You're okay with all of this? It's kind of crazy." Owen smirked faintly, shifting his guitar case on his shoulder. "Crazy, yeah, but it beats going home to an empty flat." Kira smiled despite herself. "Fair enough. So, where do we start?" Owen considered the question. "If it's the heart of the Liffey, the river might be a good place to start." Their first stop was the Trinity College Library, a place Kira insisted might hold a clue. The grand, long room stretched before them, its arched ceiling disappearing into shadows, the scent of old parchment and polished wood filling the air. Rows upon rows of ancient books surrounded them, their spines gilded and time-worn. Kira ran her fingers along a row of titles, her touch reverent. "I used to come here as a kid," she said softly. "My dad would bring me when he needed a quiet place to write. I always thought the books held secrets." "Maybe they do," Owen said, his voice low as he glanced around. They searched the shelves for anything about the river, flipping through dusty tomes filled with maps and myths. Though they found no concrete answers, Kira stumbled upon a line in a poem that caught her attention. The heart of the river is the song it carries, whispering to those who listen. She showed the book to Owen, who read the words and nodded. A song? Sounds like a clue. From the library they wandered to St. Stephen's Green, the city's verdant heart. The park was quiet this late in the evening, its paths lit by soft lamplight. The bare branches of trees stretched towards the sky like skeletal fingers, their reflections rippling faintly on the pond's still water. As they walked, Owen plucked his guitar, a melody taking shape beneath his fingers. "So," he said, glancing at Kira, "why art? What made you pick up a pencil?" Kira chuckled. "I think the pencil picked me. I was always sketching as a kid, doodling on napkins, notebooks, whatever I could find. Art's been how I make sense of things." She paused, her voice growing softer. "Especially when things don't make sense." Owen nodded, understanding unspoken. "Music's like that for me. I thought it would fix everything, you know? That if I got good enough, worked hard enough, the rest of my life would sort itself out." "And did it?" Kira asked. He looked away, his fingers still moving across the strings. "Not exactly." They walked in silence for a while, the sound of Owen's music blending with the rustle of leaves. As they reached the edge of the pond, Kira stopped abruptly. "Look," she whispered. On the ground before them, faint footprints shimmered with an otherworldly glow, as if made of moonlight. The prints led away from the water, disappearing into a nearby grove of trees. "Think we're meant to follow?" Owen asked, slinging his guitar over his back. Kira grinned. "Only one way to find out." The glowing footprints led them back to the city centre, weaving through alleys and along the riverbank until they reached the Halfpenny Bridge. The iconic white arch stretched over the Liffey, its ironwork glinting in the light of the street lamps. As they crossed the bridge, Kira slowed, her gaze drawn to the statues perched along the water's edge. She swore one of them moved, its head tilting slightly as if to watch them pass. "Did you see that?" she asked, grabbing Owen's arm. "See what?" he replied, scanning the statues. "That one," she said, pointing. "It moved." Owen raised an eyebrow. "You sure you're not just tired?" Before she could argue, a soft whisper carried across the bridge, too faint to make out. Both of them froze, straining to hear. The sound came again, clearer this time, like a voice just beyond their reach. "Follow the river," it said. The voice was neither male nor female, neither young nor old, It was simply there. Okay, that I heard, Owen said, his expression somewhere between awe and disbelief. Kira nodded, gripping the railing as she peered down at the dark water below. This is insane. Yeah, Owen agreed. But we're already here. As the night deepened, Dublin revealed more of its subtle magic. The pair stumbled across more statues that seemed to whisper as they passed, their voices faint and melodic. They found themselves drawn to peculiar shops, their windows displaying oddities that seemed to shimmer. At one point, a shadowy figure darted past them, disappearing into a doorway before they could follow. Each encounter left them feeling both unsettled and exhilarated, as though the city itself were alive, guiding them towards something just out of reach. Through it all, Kira and Owen found themselves talking about their pasts, their hopes, their fears. Kira spoke of her struggles to find her voice as an artist, her fear of failing to live up to her own expectations. Owen shared stories of nights spent playing music to strangers, the loneliness that had followed him from city to city. I don't think I've ever talked this much, Owen admitted as they walked along the river. Kira laughed. Me neither. Maybe it's the magic. Or maybe it's you, he said, his voice quiet but earnest. She glanced at him, her cheeks warming, but said nothing. By the time they returned to the riverbank, the mist had thickened and the city seemed quieter, as though holding its breath. They stood together staring at the dark water, the weight of Moira's prophecy heavy between them. What now? Asked Kira, her voice barely above a whisper. Owen pulled the heart-shaped stone from his pocket, holding it up to the moonlight. We keep looking. The answer's out there somewhere. As they set off once more, the sense of purpose between them grew stronger. They were no longer strangers, but companions, bound by something larger than themselves. And though the path ahead was uncertain, they couldn't deny the feeling that they were exactly where they were meant to be. The night deepened further, and the city had quieted to a gentle hum by the time Kira and Owen found themselves on a bridge overlooking the River Liffey. The night had deepened, and the city had quieted to a gentle hum by the time Kira and Owen. The moon hung low in the sky, casting its silver light over the rippling water. The air was cool, tinged with the faint scent of rain, and the world around them felt suspended. Kira leaned against the stone railing, the heart-shaped stone resting in her palm. Its smooth surface was cool, even after hours of being carried close. She turned it over absently, her gaze drifting to the river below. I thought it would be something tangible, she said, her voice quiet. Something we could find, pick up and say, there, we've done it. But this, It feels like we're chasing shadows. Owen stood beside her, his guitar slung across his back, his hands resting lightly on the railing. Yeah, he said after a moment. But maybe that's the point. Moira said it was treasure and a truth. Maybe it's not about finding something out there. He nodded towards the river. Maybe it's about finding something here. He tapped his chest lightly. Kira turned to him, her brow furrowed. You mean it's us? The heart of the Liffey is some kind of metaphor? Owen shrugged. A small smile tugged at his lips. You're the artist. Aren't metaphors your thing? She laughed softly, the sound breaking through the tension in the air. Fair enough. But what does that even mean? What are we supposed to do? Owen hesitated, glancing down at his hands. Maybe we just need to be honest with ourselves, with each other. The words hung between them, heavy with possibility. Kira's chest tightened. Vulnerability wasn't her strong suit. She poured her emotions into her sketches, letting the paper speak for her. But here, under the moonlight with Owen's steady presence behind her, it felt like the right time to try. She took a deep breath. I've always felt like I was supposed to be more, she began, her voice trembling slightly. A better artist, a better person. Like I have all these dreams, but I'm constantly falling short. I see other people's work, their lives, and it's like, why can't I be that good? Why can't I be enough? Owen turned to her, his eyes soft. Kira, your art, it's yours. It's not about being better than someone else. It's about what you bring to it, what you see and feel. That's what makes it special. That's what makes you special. She blinked, tears pricking at her eyes. You don't even know me. Maybe not, he admitted, but I know how it feels to think you're not enough. He paused, his voice growing quieter. I spent years chasing this idea of what my life should be, playing in different cities, trying to make it as a musician, thinking it would fix everything. But it didn't. I still felt lost, like I was running towards something I couldn't even name. Kira looked at him, her tears threatening to spill over. And now? Owen smiled faintly. Now I'm here, with you, and for the first time in a long time, I don't feel so lost. Her breath caught, and for a moment neither of them spoke. The sounds of the city seemed to fade, leaving only the gentle lapping of the river below and the steady rhythm of their breathing. As the silence stretched, a soft glow began to surround them, faint at first, but growing brighter. Kira glanced at the stone in her hand, startled to see it glow with the same silvery light. The air shimmered around them, and for a moment, It felt as though the world had shifted, leaving them suspended in a place where only truth and connection existed. Owen reached out, his fingers brushed against the stone. "I think this is it," he said, his voice filled with wonder. Kira nodded, her hand trembling as she held the stone between them. "The heart of the Liffey. It's not a place, it's us. It's this." Their eyes met, and in that moment, all the walls they had built around themselves seemed to crumble. They saw each other fully, flaws, fears, dreams, and all. And it was enough. "I'm glad I met you," Kira said softly, her voice steady now. Owen smiled, his fingers closing gently over hers, the stone warm between their hands. "Me too." The glow around them brightened one last time, then faded, leaving the world as it was. The stone in their hands no longer glowed, but its weight felt different now, lighter, as though its purpose had been fulfilled. As they stood on the bridge, the moonlight painting their faces, they knew they had found what they were searching for. It wasn't an object or a destination. It was the courage to be vulnerable, to connect, and to believe in the magic of the moment. The prophecy was complete. They walked through the quiet streets, the city's magic now a part of them. Above, the moon shone bright, casting its glow on a world that felt new, filled with the promise of love, adventure, and the magic they had discovered together. Twilight's Embrace. Nestled in a valley blanketed with mist, a secluded village slumbers in the heart of ancient Ireland. Rolling hills rise like gentle giants on the horizon, their emerald slopes dotted with grazing sheep and weathered stone. Beyond the village's thatched roofs and winding lanes, an ancient oak forest stands sentinel, its gnarled branches reaching skyward as if to touch the ever-changing tapestry of clouds above. As dawn breaks, tendrils of mist curl around the base of the trees, creating an ethereal landscape that seems to hover between the mortal world and something far more mysterious. The air is thick with the earthy scent of moss, mingling with the sweet aroma of heather carried on the breeze. Wisps of smoke rise from chimneys, carrying the comforting smell of turf fires burning in hearths that have warmed generations. The soft hum of the wind whispers through the leaves, carrying with it the faintest hints of music, a melody just beyond the edge of hearing. It speaks of secrets and magic, of worlds beyond mortal ken. The villagers have learned to listen to these whispers, For they know that in this land the veil between worlds is thin. Just beyond the ancient forest lies a glade, its presence felt but rarely spoken of. Villagers exchange knowing glances when it's mentioned, their voices dropping to hushed tones. Some say it's a portal to the fairy world, a place where the rules of nature bend and time flows differently. Others claim to have seen strange lights dancing among the trees on misty nights, or heard laughter that seems to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. The glade itself is a vision of unearthly beauty. Flowers of impossible colours bloom year round, their petals shimmering with an inner light. The grass is always a lush, vibrant green, even in the depths of winter. At its centre stands a circle of standing stones, weathered by millennia, but still thrumming with an energy that can be felt by those who dare to draw near. As the day progresses, the mist retreats but never fully dissipates, lending an air of mystery to even the most mundane activities. Children play in the village square, their laughter mingling with the bleating of sheep and the distant call of a raven. Yet their games often pause as they cast wandering glances towards the forest, drawn by the allure of the unknown. In this place where magic and reality intertwine, where the ordinary and extraordinary dance in delicate balance, our story begins. A tale of two hearts destined to meet across the boundaries of worlds, in a love that will challenge the very fabric of their existence. In the heart of the village lives Neve, a young woman whose gentle presence belies a strength as enduring as the ancient oaks. Her cottage, nestled at the edge of the settlement, is a haven of healing scents and soothing warmth. Bundles of dry herbs hang from the rafters, their fragrances mingling with the earthy aroma of freshly picked mushrooms and roots. Neve moves through her days with a quiet grace, her long hair catching the sunlight as she tends to her garden or ministers to the ailments of her fellow villagers. Her green eyes, flecked with gold, seem to hold secrets of the natural world. When she speaks, her voice carries the soft lilt of the Irish hills, bringing comfort to those who seek her aid. From a young age, Neve has felt a deep connection to the land around her. She understands the language of plants and the whispers of the wind in a way that both awes and slightly unnerves her neighbours. This affinity draws her repeatedly to the mysterious glade beyond the forest, where she finds a peace unlike anywhere else. In the glade, Neve feels most alive. The vibrant colours, the tingling energy in the air, the sense of timelessness. All of it speaks to something deep within her soul. She often spends hours there, gathering herbs that grow nowhere else, or simply sitting in quiet meditation, feeling as though she's on the cusp of understanding some great mystery. Unknown to Neve, she is not alone in her fascination with the glade. Mihal, a being of the fairy world, watches her from the shadows. Exiled from his own realm, he is bound to this in-between place, a beautiful prison that separates him from both his home and the mortal world he has come to admire. Mihal's beauty is apparent even in glimpses. Tall, with hair the colour of moonlight, and eyes that shift like opals. His features hold an ageless quality, at once young and infinitely old. When he moves, it's with a fluid grace that seems almost impossible, as though gravity holds less sway over him. Despite the loneliness of his exile, Mihal finds solace in observing the mortal world. He marvels at their resilience, their capacity for joy and sorrow, and the fleeting nature of their lives. But it's Neve who captures his attention most. In her he sees a spark of something familiar, a connection to the magic of his own world that both intrigues and unsettles him. As the seasons turn, Neve's visits to the glade become more frequent. She feels drawn there by a force she can't explain, as though the very air is calling to her. Mihal, in turn, finds himself moving closer, unable to resist the pull of her presence. On a night when the moon hangs full and heavy in the sky, bathing the glade in silver light, their worlds finally collide. Neve enters the glade, her steps sure despite the lateness of the hour. As she moves towards the center, a flicker of movement catches her eye. For a heartbeat that seems to last an eternity, Neve sees him, Mihal, standing motionless among the trees, his ethereal form seeming to shimmer in the moonlight. Their eyes meet, and in that moment, Neve feels as though she's glimpsing another world entirely. Wonder and awe flood through her, along with a strange sense of recognition, as though she's found something she's been searching for all her life, without knowing it. But in the blink of an eye, Mihal is gone, leaving Neve to question whether she truly saw him, or if it was merely a trick of the moonlight. Yet the memory of those otherworldly eyes stays with her, igniting a spark of curiosity and longing that will change her life forever. In the days following her moonlit encounter, Neve finds herself increasingly aware of the subtle magic that permeates her world. The forest, once familiar, now seems alive with new mysteries. As she walks the well-worn path, gathering herbs, She catches glimpses of lights dancing between the trees, too swift and ethereal to be fireflies. The wind carries whispers in a language she doesn't understand, but somehow feels she should. In her garden, Neve discovers flowers blooming out of season, delicate blossoms in impossible shades of blue and silver, their petals shimmering. When she tries to show them to others, they see only ordinary wildflowers. Neve begins to question her own senses, wondering if the loneliness of her calling as a healer is finally taking its toll. Yet she cannot shake the memory of those opalescent eyes in the glade. The image haunts her dreams and tugs at her thoughts during waking hours. Despite her usual caution, Neve finds herself drawn back to the glade with increasing frequency, hoping to catch another glimpse of the mysterious figure. On a misty evening, as the sun dips below the horizon and paints the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Neve enters the glade once more. The air is thick with magic, making her skin tingle and her heart race. As she approaches the circle of standing stones, a figure materializes from the mist. Micheál, no longer a fleeting vision, but undeniably real. His beauty is even more striking up close, otherworldly and intense. But it's the sadness in his eyes that catches Neve off guard. A deep loneliness that resonates with something inside her. For a moment, they simply stare at each other, the mortal and the fae, two worlds colliding in a single gaze. Micheál breaks the silence, his voice like music and rustling leaves. "You shouldn't be here," he says, but the words lack conviction. "This place is not for mortals. It's dangerous." Neve takes a step forward, drawn by an inexplicable pull. "I've been coming here for years," she replies softly. "I've never felt in danger." A flicker of something. Admiration? Concern? Crosses Micheál's face. "You've been fortunate, but the veil between worlds is thinning. The magic here, it's not meant for your kind." "And what of your kind?" Neve asks, surprising herself with her boldness. "Who are you? Why are you here?" Micheál hesitates, conflict clear in his ever-changing eyes. Finally, he sighs, a sound filled with centuries of weariness. "I am Micheál of the Tuatha De Danann, once a prince of the summer court. Now I am an exile, bound to this glade by magic older than your oldest stories." His words awaken a deep curiosity in Neve. She takes another step closer, noting how Mihal tenses but does not retreat. An exile? But why? For a moment it seems Mihal won't answer, but then, as if compelled by Neve's genuine concern, words begin to spill from him. I broke our most sacred law, he says, his voice barely above a whisper. I interfered in the mortal world, saved a life that fate had decreed should end. For that, I was banished, trapped between worlds, able to see both, but belong to neither. The ache in his voice stirs something in Neve's heart. Without thinking, she reaches out, her fingers nearly brushing his arm before Mihal steps back, his eyes wide with a mix of longing and fear. You must go, he says urgently. Forget this place, forget me. Live your mortal life in peace. But even as he speaks, Neve can feel the magic of the glade swirling around them, binding them together in ways she doesn't yet understand. She knows, with a certainty that defies explanation, that she cannot simply walk away. I can't, she says softly. I don't think I could forget if I tried. Mihal's expression softens, a glimmer of hope battling with resignation in his eyes. Then may the gods have mercy on us both, he murmurs, for I fear this path leads only to heartbreak. As the days grow shorter and autumn paints the forest in rich hues of gold and crimson, Neve and Mihal's clandestine meetings become a cherished ritual. They come together in the glade as twilight falls, when the boundary between their world grows thin and shimmering with possibility. At first, their encounters are tentative, filled with shy glances and hesitant words. Neve, usually so confident in her role as healer, finds herself stumbling over her thoughts in Mihal's otherworldly presence. Mihal, for his part, watches her with a mixture of fascination and wariness, as though afraid she might vanish if he blinks. But as the weeks pass, a comfortable rhythm emerges. They sit together on moss-covered stones, sharing stories of their vastly different lives. Neve speaks of the village, of the cycle of seasons and the small dramas that make up mortal existence. She tells Mihal of births and deaths, of harvests and festivals, of the way humans find joy and meaning in their brief lives. Mihal listens with rapt attention, marvelling at the resilience and vibrancy of the mortal world. He asks endless questions about customs that seem strange to him, the concept of aging, the importance of family ties, the way humans mark the passage of time. In turn, Mihal offers Neve glimpses into the fairy realm. He describes shimmering cities built of crystal and starlight, where time flows differently and music hangs in the air like mist. He speaks of creatures beyond mortal imagination, shapeshifters and elementals, beings of pure magic and ancient power. As Mihal talks, the glade around them seems to come alive. Flowers bloom beneath his feet, their petals glowing. Fireflies dance in intricate patterns, spelling out words in a language Neve can almost understand. The very air sparkles with magic, and Neve feels as though she's standing on the threshold of another world. But it's not just the fairy realm that Mihal reveals. He also shares pieces of himself, slowly, at first, then with growing openness. He tells Neve of his life before exile, of the beauty and cruelty of the fairy courts, of the weight of expectations placed upon a prince, of the loneliness that can exist even in a world of eternal celebration. Neve listens with a healer's empathy, recognizing in Mihal a kindred spirit. She too knows what it means to be set apart, to carry responsibilities that others can't fully understand. As she opens up about her own struggles, the isolation of her gift, the burden of being the one others turn to in times of crisis, she sees recognition in Mihal's ever-changing eyes. Their conversations often stretch long into the night, neither willing to end the precious time together. Sometimes they simply sit in companionable silence, watching the stars wheel overhead. In these moments, time seems to lose all meaning. The glade becomes a bubble, separate from both their worlds, a place where they can simply be. As their bond deepens, so too does the magic that surrounds them. Neve notices that her healing abilities are stronger when she's in the glade. Her connection to nature more profound. Plants respond to her touch in extraordinary ways. Wounds heal faster. Crops grow more abundantly. She begins to see patterns in nature that were previously hidden, to understand the subtle language of the forest in ways that both exhilarate and unsettle her. Mihal, too, feels a shift. The boundaries of his exile seem less rigid. While he still can't leave the glade entirely, he finds he can venture further than before. He delights in exploring the edges of the mortal world, marveling at the simple beauty of a spider's web or the complex structure of an ant colony. Together they push at the limits of what's possible. Mihal teaches Neve simple fairy magic, how to call fireflies or speak to trees. Neve shows Mihal how to tend a garden, the satisfaction of nurturing life with one's own hands. Their lessons are filled with laughter and wonder, each discovery bringing them closer together. But there are moments of tension too. Sometimes Mihal withdraws, the weight of his exile pressing down on him. In these times, he warns Neve of the dangers of their growing closeness, reminding her of the vast gulf between their worlds. Neve, in turn, struggles with the secrecy of their meetings. As winter's icy grip tightens around the forest, the magic in the glade grows more intense, mirroring the deepening connection between Neve and Mihal. On a night when the moon hangs full and heavy in the sky, casting everything in an otherworldly silver light, Mihal's carefully maintained walls finally crumble. "I can't bear it any longer," he says, his voice thick with emotion. "You deserve to know the full truth of who I am and why I'm here." Neve listens, her heart pounding as Mihal reveals the true nature of his exile. He speaks of a mortal girl, centuries ago, whose life was marked for ending by the capricious whims of the fairy court. Mihal, moved by her innocence and the injustice of her fate, intervened. "I used my magic to heal her, to turn aside the curse," Mihal explains, his eyes shimmering with unshed tears. "In doing so, I upset the balance between our worlds. The court saw it as the gravest of betrayals. The punishment," he tells her, "was designed to be exquisitely cruel. Bound to the glade, able to see both the mortal and fairy realms, but belonged to neither. He would witness the passage of time, the lives he could no longer touch, forever reminded of what he had lost. But meeting you," Mihal says, reaching out to gently cup Neve's face, "has made me question everything. For the first time in centuries, I feel truly alive." As Neve absorbs the weight of Mihal's confession, the air around them grows heavy with an oppressive magic. The trees seem to lean in, their branches creaking ominously. A chill wind rises, carrying whispers in an ancient melodic language. Mihal's face pales. "They know," he whispers. "The court has sensed our bond." Before Neve can respond, the glade erupts with light. Shimmering figures materialize, beings of impossible beauty and terrifying power. At their center stands a woman, with hair like spun moonlight and eyes that hold the depths of eternity. "Mihal, forgotten prince," her voice resonates through the clearing. "You dare to defy us again?" Mihal steps protectively in front of Neve, but the fairy queen's gaze pierces through him, fixing on the mortal woman. "And you, child of earth," she continues, her tone a mix of curiosity and disdain. "Do you understand the peril you court? To love one of our kind is to risk your very soul." Neve feels the weight of the queen's words, a cold dread settling in her stomach, but she also feels Mihal's warmth beside her, the strength of the connection they forged. Your Majesty, Neve says, surprised by the steadiness in her own voice. I mean no disrespect to your realm or your laws, but my heart is my own to give. A ripple of murmurs passes through the assembled Fae. The Queen's eyes narrow, and for a moment, Neve fears she's overstepped. But then, a small, knowing smile plays at the corner of the Queen's mouth. Brave words, she says, but are you prepared to face the consequences? The mortal world will fade from your grasp. Your life as you know it will end, and there is no guarantee that our realm will accept you. Mihal turns to Neve, anguish clear on his face. I can't ask this of you, he says. I won't condemn you to my fate. Neve feels torn. The thought of leaving behind everything she's ever known, her village, her calling as a healer, the simple rhythms of mortal life, fills her with a deep sadness. But the idea of losing Mihal, of returning to a world that suddenly seems colourless without him, is equally unbearable. The choice must be made, the Fairy Queen declares. Continue on this path, and the veil between worlds will close to you forever, Neve. Mihal's exile will be absolute, with no hope of redemption. Or part now, and return to your separate realms, carrying only the memory of what might have been. The glade falls silent, the weight of the moment pressing down on them all. Neve takes a deep breath, her heart racing as she faces the Fairy Queen and her otherworldly court. She reaches for Mihal's hand, intertwining their fingers with quiet determination. I choose love, Neve declares, her voice ringing through the glade. I choose Mihal, whatever the cost may be. As soon as the words leave her lips, a profound shift ripples through the air. The ground beneath their feet trembles, and a soft golden light begins to emanate from where their hands are joined. It spreads outward, enveloping them both in a warm glow. The Fairy Queen's eyes widen in surprise. This is unexpected, she murmurs, a note of awe in her voice. The light intensifies, pulsing with an ancient rhythm. Neve feels a surge of power coursing through her, as if the very essence of the forest is flowing into her veins. Beside her, Mihal gasps, his form shimmering as the magic that has bound him for centuries begins to unravel. The glade recognizes your sacrifice, the Queen says, her voice barely audible above the humming energy. Your love has awakened something long dormant. With a final blinding flash, the light dissipates. Mihal stumbles, suddenly free of the invisible chains that have held him for so long. He looks at his hands in wonder, then back at Neve, his eyes shining with tears of joy and disbelief. But even as they reach for each other, the fairy court begins to fade. The Queen's voice echoes one last time. The balance must be maintained. Mihal, you are called back to our realm, but this bond, it has changed everything. Mihal turns to Neve, anguish and hope warring on his face. I have to go, he says urgently. But I swear to you, I will find a way back. Our love has broken one impossible barrier. It can break another. Their lips meet in a desperate, passionate kiss. Then, with a shimmer of magic, Mihal and the entire fairy court vanish, leaving Neve alone in the suddenly quiet glade. She stands there, her heart full of conflicting emotion, loss, hope, love, and an unshakable certainty that this is not the end of their story. The air around her still tingles with magic, a constant reminder of the extraordinary bond she and Mihal share. As the first light of dawn breaks through the trees, Neve smiles. She knows that their love has transcended time and realms, weaving a new thread into the very fabric of both worlds. Whatever challenges lie ahead, she will face them with the strength of that love in her heart, waiting for the day when she and Mihal will be reunited. Galway Girl. The soft glow of street lamps illuminated Quay Street in Galway as the last rays of sunlight faded into twilight. A gentle breeze carried the faint scent of salt from the nearby sea, mingling with the aroma of freshly baked bread from a nearby cafe. The cobblestone street bustled with the energy of locals and tourists alike, their laughter and chatter creating a symphony of life against the backdrop of traditional Irish music spilling out from various pubs. Amidst this vibrant scene stood Siobhan O'Brien, her red hair cascading down her shoulders in loose waves. Her emerald eyes sparkled with mischief as she cradled her fiddle case, waiting for her brother to finish setting up his guitar outside their favourite pub, the Galway Arms. Siobhan was the heart and soul of the Wild Roses, a local Irish band known for their foot-stomping jigs and heart-wrenching ballads. As she leaned against the rough stone wall of the pub, a tall figure caught her eye. An Englishman, unmistakable in his tailored coat and polished shoes, stood out among the casually dressed locals. His dark hair was tousled by the wind, and his warm brown eyes met hers with a hint of curiosity. Siobhan felt an unexpected flutter in her chest as she approached, a crooked smile playing on his lips. "Excuse me," he said, "but I couldn't help notice your fiddle case. Are you playing here tonight?" Siobhan's lips curved into a playful smirk. I, that I am, with my band, the Wild Roses. Care to stick around and give us a listen? The Englishman's eyes lit up with interest. I wouldn't miss it for the world. I'm James, by the way. James Blackwood. Siobhan O'Brien, she replied, extending her hand. As their fingers touched, a spark of electricity seemed to pass between them, causing Siobhan to draw in a sharp breath. Little did she know that this chance encounter on Quay Street would be the beginning of a tale that would weave together two hearts from different worlds. A story of love that would transcend borders and challenge the very notion of fate itself. As the evening wore on, James found himself captivated by Siobhan's performance. Her fingers danced across the fiddle strings, coaxing out melodies that seemed to weave magic through the air. When the band finished their set, he couldn't resist approaching her again. "That was incredible," James said, his eyes shining with admiration. "I've never heard anything quite like it." Siobhan grinned, her cheeks flushed with the exertion of playing. "Glad you enjoyed it. Fancy a smoke?" James nodded, following her outside. The cool night air was a welcome respite from the crowded pub. Siobhan pulled out a pack of cigarettes, offering one to James. As she lit hers, he noticed an intricate design peeking out from beneath her sleeve. "Is that Gaelic?" he asked, gesturing to her arm. Siobhan rolled up her sleeve, revealing a beautiful Celtic knot intertwined with Gaelic script. "Good eye," she said, a hint of surprise in her voice. "It's an old Irish blessing. May the road rise up to meet you." James leaned in, fascinated. "It's beautiful. What made you choose it?" Siobhan's eyes took on a distant look. "It's a reminder of home, of my roots. No matter where life takes you, I carry a piece of Ireland with me." Their conversation flowed easily, punctuated by laughter and shared glances. As they finished their cigarettes, James felt reluctant to end the evening. "How about a drink?" he suggested. "I'd love to hear more about your music." Siobhan's eyes twinkled mischievously. "All right, but fair warning, I can drink most lads under the table." Inside, they found a cozy corner of the bar. Siobhan ordered a round of whiskey, raising an eyebrow at James. "Think you can keep up?" James chuckled, accepting the challenge. "I'll certainly try my best." As the night progressed, they shared stories and laughter. Siobhan impressed James with her ability to knock back shots of various spirits, Jamie, Jack, and Arthur, while barely showing their effects. She regaled him with tales of her travels with the band, while he shared stories of his life in London. With each drink, the space between them seemed to shrink. Their knees brushed under the table, and James found himself leaning in closer to hear her over the pub's noise. The air between them crackled with an undeniable energy. As Van Morrison's Brown-Eyed Girl began to play on the jukebox, Siobhan's eyes lit up. She grabbed James's hand, pulling him to his feet. "Come on, Englishman. Let's see if you can dance as well as you can drink." James allowed himself to be led to the small dance floor, acutely aware of the warmth of Siobhan's hand in his. As they began to move to the music, he realized that this night was quickly becoming one he would never forget. The dance floor became their own little world as James and Siobhan swayed to the music. Van Morrison's soulful voice faded into the background, replaced by traditional Irish tunes. Siobhan's brother, Liam, had taken up his guitar again, his skilled fingers coaxing out lively jigs and reels that set the pub's patrons stomping and clapping. James found himself mesmerized by Siobhan's movements. She danced with the same grace and passion she had shown while playing the fiddle, her body swaying and twirling in perfect time with the music. Her red hair caught the light, creating a fiery halo around her face, and her green eyes sparkled with joy. "You're quite light on your feet for an Englishman," Siobhan teased, her breath warm against his ear as he leaned in close. James chuckled, pulling her a bit closer. "I'm full of surprises, though I must admit, I've never danced quite like this before." As they moved together, James became aware of every point of contact between them. Her hand in his, the brush of her hip against his thigh, the warmth of her body so close to his. The air around them seemed charged with electricity, and he found himself wishing the night would never end. Siobhan, too, was feeling the pull of attraction. She had met plenty of charming men in her travels with the band, but there was something different about James. His gentle demeanor and quick wit intrigued her, and she found herself wanting to know more about him. As the tempo of the music slowed, Siobhan rested her head on James's shoulder. He inhaled deeply, catching the scent of her hair, a mix of lavender and something uniquely her. His hand on her waist tightened slightly, drawing her closer. "Tell me something, James," Siobhan said softly, looking up at him. "What brings an Englishman like you to Galway?" James smiled, his brown eyes warm as they met hers. "Would you believe me if I said fate?" Siobhan laughed, the sound musical and infectious. "Fate, is it? And what does fate have in store for you here?" "I'm not sure," James admitted, his voice low and intimate. "But I have a feeling it might have something to do with a certain fiddle player I met outside a pub." Their eyes locked, and for a moment the rest of the world seemed to fade away. James felt his heart racing, and he found himself leaning in slightly, drawn to Siobhan like a moth to a flame. The spell was broken by a sudden change in the music. Liam had launched into a fast-paced reel, and the crowd erupted around them in cheers. Siobhan's eyes lit up with excitement. "Come on," she said, grabbing James's hand. "I'll teach you a proper Irish dance." As they joined the other dancers, forming lines and weaving intricate patterns across the floor, James found himself caught up in the infectious energy of the moment. He stumbled a few times, earning playful jabs from Siobhan, but he couldn't remember the last time he'd had so much fun. Throughout the night, James and Siobhan continued to gravitate towards each other. Even when they weren't dancing, they stood close, their conversations punctuated by lingering touches and meaningful glances. Liam, still playing his guitar, noticed the connection between his sister and the Englishman. He caught Siobhan's eye at one point, raising an eyebrow in silent question. She responded with a small shrug and a smile that spoke volumes. As the night wore on, the attraction between James and Siobhan continued to grow. They found themselves sharing more personal stories, discovering shared interests and values. James was captivated by Siobhan's passion for music and her deep connection to her Irish heritage. Siobhan, in turn, was drawn to James's eloquence and his genuine interest in her culture. With each passing hour, it became increasingly clear to both of them that this chance encounter was blossoming into something more significant. As they stood together watching the lively scene in the pub, both James and Siobhan silently wondered where this unexpected connection might lead them. As the night wore on, the crowded pub began to feel too confining for James and Siobhan. The air was thick with smoke and the sound of raucous laughter, making it difficult to continue their increasingly intimate conversation. "Fancy a walk?" Siobhan suggested, her eyes twinkling with mischief. "I know a lovely spot by the river." James nodded eagerly, following her out into the cool night air. The streets of Galway were quieter now, with only the occasional group of late-night revellers passing by. As they walked, their hands brushed against each other, sending tiny sparks through them both. Finally, James gathered his courage and took Siobhan's hand in his. She responded by intertwining their fingers, a small smile playing on her lips. They reached the riverbank, where the water reflected the twinkling lights of the city. Siobhan led James to a secluded bench overlooking the river. As they sat down, she turned to face him, her expression suddenly serious. "Tell me something real, James," she said softly. "Not just the polite small talk we've been making, but what brings you to Ireland, really?" James took a deep breath, surprised by her directness, but appreciating it all the same. "Honestly, I needed an escape. I've been working in finance in London for years, climbing the corporate ladder. But lately, I felt empty, like I've lost sight of what really matters in life. Siobhan nodded, understanding in her eyes. And you thought you'd find what matters in Galway? I didn't know what I'd find, James admitted with a rueful smile. But I knew I needed a change. What about you, Siobhan? Have you always known music was your calling? Siobhan's gaze turned distant as she looked out over the river. Not always. I studied law at university, actually. My parents were so proud. But the more I learned about the legal system, the more I felt like I was suffocating. Music had always been my escape, my joy. One day, I just couldn't pretend anymore. I dropped out, picked up my fiddle, and never looked back. As they continued to talk, sharing their hopes, dreams, and fears, James and Siobhan discovered a deep connection that went beyond physical attraction. They found common ground in their love of literature, their desire to make a positive impact on the world, and their shared feeling of being somewhat adrift in life. It's funny, James mused, his thumb tracing circles on the back of Siobhan's hand. I came to Ireland looking for something, but I had no idea what. And now? And now? Siobhan prompted, her voice barely above a whisper. James turned to face her fully, his free hand coming up to her cheek. And now, I'm wondering if what I was looking for has been here all along. The air between them seemed to crackle with tension. Siobhan's eyes flicked down to James's lips, then back up to meet his gaze. Slowly, giving her every opportunity to pull away, James leaned in. Their lips met in a kiss that started soft and tentative, but quickly deepened. Siobhan's hands found their way into James's hair, pulling him closer as he wrapped an arm around her waist. The kiss was everything, tender and passionate, gentle and fierce, a perfect balance of give and take. When they finally parted, both were breathless. James rested his forehead against Siobhan's, unwilling to put too much distance between them. I've never felt anything like this before, he murmured, his voice husky with emotion. Siobhan smiled, her eyes shining in the moonlight. Neither have I. It's a bit scary, isn't it? James chuckled softly. Terrifying, but in the best possible way. They stayed on the bench by the river for hours, talking, laughing, and sharing more kisses. As the first light of dawn began to paint the sky in soft pinks and golds, they realized they had spent the entire night together. I should probably get home, Siobhan said, reluctantly, though she made no move to leave James's embrace. James nodded, equally hesitant to end their time together. Can I see you again soon? Siobhan heard his words, but lost in the comfort of his arms, she did not reply. As the morning light grew stronger, James and Siobhan reluctantly decided to part ways. They walked hand in hand back through the city centre, lost in thought about the unexpected connection they had forged. As they neared Siobhan's flat, she suddenly stopped, a shadow crossing her face. James, she began hesitantly. There's something we need to talk about. James felt a knot in his stomach. What is it? Siobhan took a deep breath. I can't ignore the elephant in the room any longer. You're English. I'm Irish. Our countries have a complicated history, to say the least. James nodded slowly, understanding dawning on him. He had been so caught up in their connection that he hadn't fully considered the implications of their different backgrounds. My granddad, Siobhan continued, her voice light with emotion. He was involved in the Troubles. He lost friends, family. The stories he told me growing up, they're a part of who I am, of my heritage. James listened intently, feeling the weight of centuries of conflict and misunderstanding between their two nations. I understand, he said softly, and I know that my understanding can only go so far. I haven't lived your experiences or carried your history. Siobhan's eyes met his, a mix of pain and hope swirling in their green depths. It's not just about the past, James. It's about who we are now. I'm proud of my Irish heritage, of our language, our music, our traditions. Can you truly appreciate that? Or will I always be some exotic curiosity to you? James felt a pang in his chest at her words. He took a moment to gather his thoughts before responding. Siobhan, I won't pretend to fully understand everything about your culture or your history, but I'm here because I want to learn, to understand. What I feel for you, it's not about you being exotic or different. It's about you, your passion, your kindness, your strength. He paused, running a hand through his hair. I know there's a lot of baggage between our countries, but I also believe that connections between people, real, genuine connections like what we have, that's how we start to heal those old wounds. Siobhan listened intently, her expression softening slightly. And what about your family? Your friends back in England? How would they feel about you being with an Irish girl? James chuckled ruefully. Honestly, the ones who matter, they'll see what I see in you. And if they don't, well, that's their loss. A small smile tugged at Siobhan's lips. You make it sound so simple. It's not simple, James admitted. It's probably going to be complicated and messy at times. But I think what we have is worth it. Don't you? Siobhan was quiet for a long moment, her gaze distant. Finally, she looked back at James, determination shining in her eyes. "You're right. It won't be easy. There will be times when our differences seem insurmountable. But I don't want to let fear or the past dictate our future." James felt relief wash over him. He took Siobhan's hands in his, squeezing gently. "So, where do we go from here?" "We take it one day at a time," Siobhan said. "We learn from each other. You teach me about your world, and I'll teach you about mine. We celebrate our differences instead of letting them divide us." James nodded, a warm smile spreading across his face. "I like the sound of that, and who knows, maybe we can be a small part of building bridges between our cultures." Siobhan laughed, the tension finally breaking. "Look at you, Mr. Diplomat. Next thing you know, you'll be brokering peace deals." "Well, I did manage to charm a fiery Irish lass," James teased. "Anything's possible after that." Siobhan playfully swatted his arm, but her eyes were warm with affection. "Cheeky bugger. Come on, let's get some breakfast. I know a place that does a full Irish. We'll start your cultural education there." As they walked off together, both James and Siobhan felt a sense of hope and excitement for what lay ahead. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in vibrant hues of orange and pink, James and Siobhan found themselves back at her small flat. The day had been spent exploring Galway together, with Siobhan proudly showing James her favourite spots and regaling him with local history and lore. Now, as evening settled in, neither seemed eager to part ways. "Stay," Siobhan said softly, her hand intertwined with his. It wasn't just an invitation for the night, but a promise of something more. James nodded, pulling her close. "Wild horses couldn't drag me away," he murmured, pressing a gentle kiss to her forehead. The night unfolded slowly, filled with tender touches, passionate kisses, and intimate conversations. They made love with a mixture of urgency and reverence, each touch an affirmation of their growing bond. Afterwards, they lay tangled together, Siobhan's head resting on James's chest as he idly stroked her hair. "What happens now?" Siobhan asked, breaking the comfortable silence. "You'll have to go back to London soon, won't you?" James was quiet for a moment, considering. "I suppose I should," he said slowly. "But the thought of leaving you, it feels wrong somehow." Siobhan propped herself up on an elbow, looking into his eyes. "So don't leave. Stay here, in Galway, with me." The offer hung in the air between them, full of promise and possibility. James felt his heart race at the idea. "You'd want that?" he asked, hardly daring to believe it. Siobhan nodded, a soft smile playing on her lips. I know it's fast and maybe a bit mad, but this feels right, James. I don't want to let it go. James pulled her in for a deep, passionate kiss. Then I'll stay, he said firmly. I'll find work here, or maybe I'll write that novel I've always talked about. We'll figure it out, together. As the night wore on, they began to plan their future, discussing the challenges they might face and how they would overcome them. My family might take some time to come around, Siobhan admitted, especially my granddad. But once they see how happy you make me, they'll change their minds. James nodded, understanding the complexity of the situation. And I'll do everything I can to show them that I respect and value your heritage. I want to learn, to be a part of it. They talked about James learning Irish, about Siobhan introducing him to traditional music sessions, about exploring Ireland together. They discussed the possibility of James joining Siobhan on tour with her band, combining their love of travel and music. It won't be easy, James said, voicing the thought they both shared. Siobhan nodded, her expression serious. True, but we'll face it together, and think of all we can learn from each other, all the richness our different backgrounds can bring to our relationship. As the first light of dawn began to creep through the curtains, James and Siobhan finally drifted off to sleep, wrapped in each other's arms. They awoke late in the morning, their futures now changed forever. Over a late breakfast of strong tea and toast, they continued to plan. James would return to London briefly to tie up loose ends and pack his belongings. Siobhan would speak with her family and prepare for his return. It would be a whirlwind few weeks, but both were eager to begin their life together. As they stood at Siobhan's door, reluctant to part even for this short time, James pulled her close. I never expected to find love in Galway, he said softly, but I'm so glad I did. Siobhan smiled up at him, her eyes shining with happiness and hope. Welcome home, James, she whispered, sealing the words with a kiss. As James walked towards the bus station, his heart full of love and his mind brimming with plans for the future, he couldn't help but feel that his impulsive trip to Ireland had led him exactly where he was meant to be. The Banshee's Cry. Nestled between rolling hills and the glistening banks of a serene river, lay the quaint town of Mullamore, a hidden gem in the heart of Ireland. The town radiated a sense of old-world charm. Early morning mist would often drape the landscape like a soft, wispy blanket, giving the town a dreamlike quality as it woke to the golden rays of the sun. Lush green fields stretched beyond the town's limits, dotted with grazing sheep, and the distant sound of laughter from children echoed through the hills as they played beneath the towering oak trees that lined the village square. Among the townsfolk was a newcomer, Sorcha O'Sullivan, a young woman with a heart full of wanderlust, seeking solace from the bustle of city life. Sorcha had moved from Dublin, hoping to find inspiration and a sense of belonging in the tranquil embrace of Mullamore. While the townspeople were welcoming, Sorcha often felt like an observer, captivated by the tales of the past that whispered through the very air she breathed. As she strolled through the streets, Sorcha immersed herself in the gentle hum of life around her. Locals greeted her with warm smiles, pausing to share snippets of their day or the latest news from the market. The scent of freshly baked soda bread wafted through the air, luring her toward the charming little bakery run by Mrs. McGinty, a sprightly woman known for her infectious laughter and generosity. Here, Sorcha found herself enchanted by the rhythmic clinking of teacups and the friendly chatter of patrons exchanging stories. That was Mullamore's magic. Yet, amid this comforting atmosphere, lay the undercurrent of local legends that captivated Sorcha's imagination. The townsfolk often recounted enchanting tales around the flickering firelight in the evenings. One legend stood out above the rest, whispered in reverence and awe: the tale of the Banshee. The very name drew hushed tones as the townspeople warned newcomers of her haunting cries echoing through the night. Some claimed her song was one of despair, a lament for the souls lost to time, while others believed she came to guide the departed on their way to the afterlife. Every full moon, Sorcha learned, the townsfolk would gather at the edge of the woods for a lantern-lit ceremony, a celebration of life and remembrance. Flickering candles lined the path leading to the ancient oak tree, where stories were shared and songs were sung, each note embodying a connection to those who had come before. Sorcha felt an irresistible pull towards this tradition, eager to weave her own story into the fabric of the town. As Sorcha settled into her new home, she found herself not only drawn to the beauty of Mullamore, but also to its people and their rich heritage. She yearned to uncover the threads that bound this small community together, hoping that within these stories lay the key to her own sense of peace. But unbeknownst to her, the legend of the Banshee was about to weave its way into her life, changing her perception of both the town and herself forever. In Mullamore, the legend of the Banshee was as much a part of the landscape as the rolling hills and winding streams. It was said that the Banshee, or Banshee, as it was known in the local tongue, was a spirit of old who wandered the countryside, her mournful wail signalling the impending death of a loved one. The townspeople believed she was a guardian of the souls, eternally bound to the land and the memories of those who had passed. The essence of the Banshee had seeped into the town's fabric, influencing their tales, songs, and even the way they marked significant moments in life. Grandmothers recounted stories to wide-eyed children, sharing fables of the Banshee's encounters with heroic ancestors, and reminding them that she was more a force of love than loss. It was comforting, yet eerie, a reminder that life was a delicate dance between joy and sorrow, and that the bonds of love transcended even death. At the heart of Mullamore stood the Whispering Willow, a cosy pub with a crackling fireplace that served as the town's gathering place. The pub was adorned with warm wooden beams and twinkling fairy lights, creating an inviting ambience where laughter and tales intertwined. Locals migrated here in the evenings, seeking companionship over pints of stout or mugs of steaming coffee, their voices rising and falling like the gentle waves of the nearby coast. One particularly crisp evening, Circa found herself at the Whispering Willow, nestled in a corner with a panel of locals, eager to soak up the surroundings. She settled in as aged oak barrels adorned with an array of festive garlands added to the backdrop. A traditional music session was in full swing, the lilting notes of fiddles blending with the warmth of camaraderie. "Did you hear?" piped up Liam, a burly fisherman with a twinkle in his eye. "Old Seamus claimed he saw the Banshee last night, just beyond the river bend." The table hushed, eyes wide, captivated by the allure of the arcane. "What did he say?" Circa ventured, curiosity kindling within her. "Ah, he swears he heard her wail as he was returning from fishing," Liam chuckled, his hands animated as he spoke. "Said it was like a sweet lullaby, but filled with a sorrow he ne'er felt before. Made the hair on the back of his neck stand up." "Seamus doesn't scare easily," chimed in Mary, a local herbalist. "But this time he was spooked. He even tossed his line into the river and ran home without a second thought. A chorus of laughter erupted around Sorcha, the atmosphere buoyant and warm. The way the townsfolk shared these tales painted a picture of not just fear, but also fascination and respect. Just remember, Mary continued, her voice softening, the Banshee isn't only a harbinger of death. She's a reminder to treasure our loved ones. When she sings, it's because someone needs to be remembered. Sorcha felt a shiver run down her spine, but it was filled with less dread and more a sense of wonder. Each story wove together pieces of the community's history, deepening her connection to this small town and its rich tapestry of legends. The atmosphere in the Whispering Willow was a balm for her spirit, each testimonial encapsulating a longing for meaning, a search for understanding in life's mysteries. As the night wore on, Sorcha listened closely, knowing she was starting to unearth the heart of Mullamore, unveiling the layers of its beauty, both tangible and spectral, and perhaps, just perhaps, preparing herself for the gentle touch of the Banshee's song that lay ahead. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm amber glow throughout Mullamore, Sorcha decided to take the scenic route home from the Whispering Willow. The air was crisp, the scent of earth and wood smoke mingling delightfully in her senses as she navigated the narrow, winding path bordered by wild heather and gnarled hawthorn trees. Stars began to twinkle overhead, the outline of the hills blending with the early evening sky, and Sorcha felt a gentle peace wash over her, a familiar comfort in this small, enchanting town. About halfway home, however, an unexpected chill swept through the air. It disrupted the tranquil atmosphere, sending a prickling sensation up Sorcha's spine. She paused for a moment, taking a deep breath, when suddenly a sound sliced through the night, a haunting, melodic cry that resonated through the stillness of the woods. It was beautiful, yet forlorn, echoing like a nightingale's lament, but layered with a sorrow that tugged frighteningly at her heart. Sorcha's breath caught in her throat, and she stood frozen, staring into the darkness as curiosity mingled with mounting unease. Was this the Banshee everyone spoke of? The stories had felt distant and fanciful at the Whispering Willow, but now, facing the unknown, something primal within her awakened. The fear of the unseen entwined with the allure of ancient lore. she took a hesitant step forward, her heart racing in rhythm with the melancholic wail that continued to dance on the evening breeze. "Circa?" A familiar voice broke through her reverie, and she turned to see Fiona, a cheerful local florist, making her way down the path, her face illuminated by the soft glow of a lantern. "What on earth are you doing out here all alone?" I heard something," Circa stammered, her eyes wide, searching Fiona's for reassurance. "It sounded like a cry." Fiona's expression shifted from concern to intrigue. "The Banshee," she whispered, turning her gaze toward the whispering trees as if expecting to see the wraith emerge. "I love the stories, but I've never experienced it myself." "My mother always said her voice is a melody for the departed," Soraka remarked, attempting to mask her growing unease with a semblance of bravado. "But it's so haunting. Some say it's a warning, others say it's a comfort," Fiona mused, a thoughtful frown crossing her features. "Let's not dwell too long on it. Come, we'll share a cup of tea at my place." As they made their way further down the path, other locals began to appear, their expressions ranging from curiosity to apprehension. Patrick, an old farmer known for his tales of the wild, approached them, clearly shaken. "Did you hear her?" he called out, breathless and wide-eyed. "I thought I was dreaming. I haven't heard the Banshee since I was a lad." Circa noted how his voice wavered with both fear and nostalgia, a tug of war between the terror of the unknown and the thrill of the familiar. "I thought it was only a tale," Circa replied, her heart racing. "You believe it then?" "Believe it?" he laughed lightly, trying to shake off the tension. "Aye, it's as real as the stars above us. Old Mary, before she passed, she let out a wail that could near bring the dead to life. I reckon it's as much a part of our folk as the green fields." "Perhaps it means someone needs to be remembered," Fiona added softly, glancing at Circa with a hint of compassion in her eyes. The sound rang out again, echoing painfully through the night, leaving the group of friends momentarily paralyzed. Circa's mind raced, emotions swirling as the eerie beauty of the cry filled her thoughts. She felt the weight of countless stories pressing against her chest, arising from a culture deeply connected to the past. Some locals exchanged knowing glances, their expressions a mix of fear and fascination, while others simply shrugged off the event, claiming it was just nature playing tricks on them. One young couple giggled nervously, attempting to dismiss the tensions with laughter, hoping to return their night to ordinary revelry. Yet beneath it all, Soraka sensed a shared vulnerability, a collective connection bound by the threads of legend and experience. As the group finally arrived at Fiona's cottage, Sorcha felt an inexplicable sense of anticipation and dread mix within her. The haunting melody continued to reverberate in her heart, each cry drawing her nearer to a deeper understanding of the intricate tapestry of life and death in Mullamore. It was a thread tugging her ever closer toward the heart of the town's greatest mystery, the Banshee herself. The following days were imbued with an uncanny sense of curiosity as Sorcha grappled with the haunting cry she had heard that fateful night. Every morning, as she wandered through the enchanting streets of Mullamore, the melody danced in her mind, a captivating whisper that urged her to uncover its meaning. Was this spectre of sorrow truly a herald of death? Or could it symbolize something more profound, a connection to love that transcended the divide between the living and the departed? Determined to seek understanding, Sorcha began to visit the elders of the town, each one a living tome of history shaped by the rhythms of their experience. She started with Mrs. McGinty, the wise and warm-hearted owner of the bakery, her mind often filled with tales as delectable as her pastries. Sorcha found her tending to her garden one morning, kneeling among the burgeoning herbs and wildflowers. "Ah, Sorcha dear, come to sweeten the day with your pretty face," she beamed, wiping her hands on her apron. "Actually, Mrs. McGinty, I was hoping to talk to you about the Banshee," Sorcha ventured, a hint of hesitation in her voice. "I heard her cry the other night." Mrs. McGinty's expression shifted to one of gentle seriousness. "The Banshee's song is a melody drenched in emotion. You know, love and loss are intertwined as this world, just like the ivy and stone of our homes. We must honour our loved ones while they walk with us, and after they've gone." Sorcha listened intently as the old woman recounted her own experience. "One night long ago I heard her wail as I sat by my mother's bedside. I believed it was nothing more than a troubling dream, until the morning came and the doctor arrived with his grave news." Mrs. McGinty's voice trembled ever so slightly, her eyes glistening with the memories of that loss. "As I grieved, I heard that same wail float through the air, a sorrowful lullaby. It brought me comfort, reminding me that my mother was watching over me, guiding me even in her absence." The warmth of her story wrapped around Sorcha, soothing her unease. But another question simmered beneath the surface. "But what does it mean for those who hear her cry?" she asked. "Each soul has its own tale," answered Mrs. McGinty. "The Banshee is said to offer solace, the chance to remember. Her song doesn't just signal death, it beckons us to rejoice in the memories of those we have lost. It is a call to honour them in our hearts. Emboldened by her interaction, Circa sought out other townsfolk, each sharing their impressions and personal experiences. Mr. O'Donnell, an old farmer with a weathered face etched by time, recalled a night he too had been touched by her mournful tone. "It was after my wife passed," he said, his voice a blend of reverence and regret. "I was walking home from the fields, and I heard her sing. Though my heart broke, it was sweeter than any love song. I felt her presence had one last conversation before dawn broke over the hills." The more Circa learned, the deeper the mysteries unravelled, and soon she found herself seeking the shadowy corners of the town where myths and truth intertwined. She decided to visit the town's library, a quaint stone building brimming with local histories and folklore. Within its dusty shelves, she hoped to uncover stories of the Banshee's connection to the town, a parchment trail revealing the roots of the haunting song. Among the yellowed pages, Circa stumbled upon a tattered book filled with handwritten accounts of the Banshee. The words were inked with emotion, a tapestry of stories weaving love and loss, sacred, binding the living to the departed. One tale particularly captured her attention, the legend of a beautiful woman, once part of Mullamore, known for her ethereal voice and piercing sorrow. It was said that she drew close to those who mourned, sharing their burdens, reminding them that in every tear shed, love still flourished. Her fascination grew as she sensed deeper layers within the accounts. Emotions tangled like roots beneath the earth. Circa envisioned the townsfolk, whose hearts ached with their own stories of loss, all finding solace in the Banshee's song, hearing whispers of their loved ones intertwined in the folds of history. That evening, she returned to her little home, feeling an overwhelming surge of emotions. The weight of her quest pressed upon her, but intertwined with it was a profound sense of connection to her new community. She understood that the Banshee was not simply a harbinger of doom. She was a bridge to understanding, a keeper of memories that would forever bind the hearts of those who lived and loved. As the day of the full moon approached, the town of Mullamore buzzed with excitement and anticipation of the annual celebration known as the Féile na Nanam, or the Festival of Souls. The event held deep significance in the community, a time when the townsfolk came together to honour the memories of their departed loved ones. Circa felt an electric thrill in the air, the promise of connection and warmth that emanated from every corner of the town. The festival preparations began weeks in advance, transforming Mullamore into a vibrant tapestry of lights, flowers, and colourful fabric. Lanterns adorned every doorway and tree, illuminating the cobblestone streets with a soft amber glow. Banners fluttered gently in the evening breeze, each embroidered with verses of longing and love, inviting the spirits to join the living in celebration. Sorcha joined the townsfolk in decorating, her heart swelling with a sense of belonging. She was no longer an outsider, but a participant in their shared history. On the night of the festival, the town square was a sight to behold. A long table laden with traditional Irish fare stretched through the square, where locals gathered to feast on hearty stews, fresh baked breads, and sweet pastries. The laughter of children and adults mingled harmoniously with the melodies of a lively fiddler, whose notes shimmered in the cool evening air. It was a night bursting with life, where joy danced alongside nostalgia, where sorrow mingled with laughter. Sorcha stood among the bustling crowd, her heart filled with a sense of peace. Armed with plates of food, locals exchanged stories of those they cherished and missed, sharing heartfelt anecdotes that echoed with both joy and tenderness. Around them, candles flickered in remembrance as each family lit their own lantern, calling forth the spirits of their loved ones for the evening's celebration. As the sun slipped below the horizon, casting the world in shades of violet and indigo, Sorcha stepped away from the festivities to find a quiet spot at the edge of the green. She observed the scene unfolding before her, families hugging, children playing, and the elder townsfolk sharing stories under the age-old oak tree that stood sentinel over the town. But as the moon began to rise, casting its silver light across the festivities, an unexpected hush fell over the crowd. A shiver passed through Sorcha as she felt a familiar resonance in the air. Suddenly, the Banshee's cry broke through the stillness, but this time, instead of dread, there was a haunting beauty to the sound. It billowed softly, wrapping around the gathering like a delicate shawl, and Sorcha found herself captivated by its ethereal melody. She looked around to see the faces of the townsfolk. Some closed their eyes in reverie, others smiled knowingly, their expressions dripping with love and nostalgia rather than fear. Sorcha realized that this was not a wail of despair. It was a song steeped in remembrance, Tears glistened in Soraka's eyes as she allowed the Banshee's cry to wash over her, flooding her heart with memories that were not her own. The melody spoke of love lost and cherished, of laughter and tears that intertwined like vines. It was a gentle reminder that those who had passed were not truly gone. They dwelled within the hearts of everyone they had touched. In awe, Soraka turned to see Mr. O'Donnell, his face illuminated by the moonlight, reflecting an understanding that transcended words. "Aye, lass, this is what it's all about," he said, his voice rich with emotion. "It's our loved ones calling to us, reminding us to keep them alive in our stories, in our hearts. Each note she sings is a thread, binding us together both in life and in memory." Inspired by Mr. O'Donnell's words, Soraka joined the gathering around the oak tree as the townsfolk began to hum along with the echo of the Banshee's song. It felt cathartic, like releasing a long-held breath. The haunting cry stirred them to dance, each movement celebrating the intertwining of life and death, love and remembrance. Lanterns lit up the night, flickering in rhythm with their joyful spirits. As Soraka stepped further into the embrace of the celebrations, she felt surrounded by the warmth of the community. She mingled with her neighbours, exchanging hugs and laughter, feeling joy along with the bittersweet weight of their shared histories. Here, in this moment, the town of Mullamore transformed from mere surroundings to a haven of cherished connections. As the night wore on, the Banshee's song faded, but the emotional resonance it created lingered in the air, a sweet promise that memories would never truly fade. Soraka understood now, with crystalline clarity, that the Banshee symbolized all that bound them, a bridge between lives, linking the past with the present. In embracing the mysteries, she felt her love for Mullamore blossom. Then, as if the universe aligned in that fleeting instant, the Banshee's cry broke through once again, softer this time, resonating deep within the core of her being. Soraka felt the sound wrap around her, a tender embrace that enveloped her heart. She opened herself to the melody, surrendering to the connection it forged between her and all the townsfolk, their laughter, their grief, their stories deeply etched in her mind. In that moment, a vision enveloped her, a sweeping panorama of Mullamore intertwined with past times. She saw vibrant cottages brimming with life, young children playing beneath the very oak that stood beside her, love-struck couples sharing secret smiles in the moonlight, and families gathered around hearths in laughter and warmth. Images flickered like lanterns, each one a testament to the pulse of love that had flowed through the town long before she had arrived. Emotions surged within her, a mix of joy and bittersweet sorrow, as she realized that each story of loss that filled the town was connected by an unbreakable thread of love. Instead of a symbol of fear, was a guardian of those connections, a gentle reminder to cherish the memories that lingered like old photographs in the heart. The tears that fell were not merely for what had been lost, but for the enduring sweetness of love that held them all together. When Circa opened her eyes, her heart felt lighter, kissed by the wisdom of those who had come before. She had come to understand. The Banshee was not only here to mourn those who had passed, but to celebrate their lives in the echoes of memory. She felt her own fears dissolve, replaced by an acceptance of life's cyclical nature, every ending giving way to a new beginning. "Circa," Fiona called, her voice filled with excitement over the lively music. "You look like you've seen a ghost." Circa chuckled and responded, her heart alight with emotion. "You could say that, but I've never felt more alive." As Circa joined her friends around the gathering, she felt the urge to share what she had experienced. "I've come to understand that the Banshee's song, it's not just about loss, it's a celebration of love." The crowd quieted slightly, intrigued by her excitement. "Every tear we shed for those we've lost is matched by a memory that keeps them alive within us. She reminds us that love transcends death." Old Mr. O'Donnell nodded knowingly, a smile spreading across his face. Eyes glistening, he added, "Aye, lass, you've begun to see what we've believed all along. In this town, we honour those who were, and still are, with us." Inspired by the collective understanding around her, Soraka felt a swell of gratitude for the bonds that had formed in the town. The festival continued, laughter rising to the night sky, where the moon hung bright and full, illuminating the loving faces of friends and family. As the evening wore on, Soraka felt content and at peace, firmly rooted in her new home. The sound of the Banshee's cry would remain with her, transformed now into a melody of harmony and remembrance, a lullaby of love echoing through the lives of Mullamore, one that would forever guide her in her journey of acceptance, healing, and belonging. Clara stood at the edge of the ancient monolithic site, her heart racing with a mix of trepidation and excitement. Before her, the towering stones rose majestically from the patchwork of emerald grass, framed by a soft, lingering mist that curled around their bases like ghosts of the past. Each stone, weathered by centuries of unforgiving winds and relentless rains, seemed to whisper secrets of generations long gone. The air was thick with history, an energy that pulsed beneath the surface, urging her to delve deeper into its mysteries. As an archaeologist, Clara had dedicated her life to uncovering the truth behind humanity's myriad tales. But this place felt different. It was alive, a sanctuary cradling the echoes of ancient rituals and lost loves. The legends of the site told of a couple whose fates were entwined with the stones, bound eternally in a bond that defied time. The magnetic pull of those stones ignited a spark within her, igniting her imagination and compelling her to seek out the truth hidden in the stone. With the soft sound of her footsteps breaking the silence, Clara approached the largest monolith, its surface glistening with moisture. She reached out, her fingers grazing the cool, rough texture, tracing the outlines of intricate carvings partially obscured by vibrant green moss. As she leaned closer, the sunlight caught something, a glint of something unusual. Holding her breath, she brushed away the moss, revealing an inscription partly faded but unmistakably profound. Intrigued, Clara pulled out her notebook, her mind racing with possibilities. The moment held a sense of urgency, as if the stones themselves were longing to share their tales. Absorbed in her task, Clara was unaware of the world around her, lost in a symphony of whispers emanating from the ancient past. It wasn't until the wind shifted direction, rustling the leaves overhead, that she sensed she wasn't alone. Her thoughts scattered as she turned, feeling a sudden awareness wash over her. There stood a man with tousled dark hair and eyes that shimmered like the earth after a rainstorm. Eyes that seemed to recognize the enchantment of the stones. Ewan, as he introduced himself, had an easy demeanour, his smile warm and genuine. "It's captivating, isn't it?" he remarked, stepping closer, his gaze drifting between Clara and the inscription. "These stones hold more than just history. They hold stories waiting to be told." Clara felt a flutter of curiosity at his presence. "You seem familiar with the site," she said, tilting her head slightly. "What draws you here?" Ewan's gaze flickered across the stones with a reverence that spoke of deep connections. "I grew up nearby. This place has always felt like a part of me," he replied, brushing a hand through his hair. "I've spent my life studying its legends and the mysteries surrounding the people who built it. The history resonates with anyone willing to listen." Intrigued, Clara took a step back to study him, wanting to delve deeper into his passion. You must have some interesting insights, she remarked, gesturing to the stone where the inscription glinted in the sunlight. I think I've stumbled upon something significant. Ewan's eyes sparkled with interest as he leaned closer to examine the carvings she had uncovered. Ah, you see it too. Some believe that this inscription speaks of a love torn by fate. Two souls forever linked to the land, their destinies intertwined with the rise and fall of ancient civilizations. As the sun began its descent, hues of orange and gold danced across the sky, and the atmosphere around the monolithic site felt charged with a mystic energy. Clara found herself captivated not only by Ewan's words, but by the passion that radiated from him. Together they spent the evening poring over the stones, unravelling their secrets and diving into the rich tapestry of tales carved into their surfaces. Days turned into a blur of shared discoveries and laughter. Ewan became her partner in research, and as they explored the ancient site, Clara found herself opening up in ways she hadn't anticipated. They exchanged stories about their lives, Ewan speaking of his childhood adventures among the stones, and Clara sharing snippets of her journey through academia, her struggles, and her ambition to make a meaningful contribution to the field. Yet, amidst the blossoming camaraderie, Clara felt a familiar tension coiling in the depths of her heart. Each time Ewan's laughter echoed through the air or their hands brushed against one another, those old fears bloomed in the back of her mind. Love was a risky endeavour, one she had sworn to avoid after a painful breakup that still haunted her. One evening, as they stood under a canopy of stars scattered across the night sky, Clara gazed at the stones, her heart heavy. "Are you ever afraid?" she asked, breaking the silence. "Afraid of what happened to those lovers, that maybe, deep down, love always comes with a price?" Ewan turned to her, his expression earnest. "Of course, love comes with risks, but isn't it worth it? Each moment of joy shared can outweigh the shadows of doubt. Just like these stories which have endured the test of time, so can we." Clara pondered his words, feeling an ache in her chest. She wanted to believe him, but the shadows of her past loomed large, whispering their doubts. In an attempt to shield her heart, she withdrew just a step, afraid to cross the threshold into vulnerability. As the week progressed, Clara felt the mounting pressure of her decisions. Ewan noticed her retreat, and though he was patient, there was an undeniable shift in the air between them. She would catch him looking at her with a mix of concern and interest, and every lingering glance only reminded her of the walls she had built, sturdy and unyielding, to guard against heartbreak. Their last night on site approached, the moon illuminating the monolithic stones in a silvery glow. Clara could feel the weight of the moment pressing down on her, a tide of emotions rushing to the surface. She had to make a choice. either break free from her fears and embrace the connection she felt with Ewan, or remain locked away in her solitude watching life pass her by. But as she oscillated between decision and indecision, the cosmos seemed to conspire above her, the gentle rustling of leaves whispering secrets in the night air. Little did Clara know that the true test of her resolve was just around the corner, hidden in the shadows of the very stones she had grown to love. With a determination that pulsed within her, Clara resolved to confront whatever lay ahead, unearthing not only the stories of the ancients, but the story that was waiting to be written within her own heart. The night air was heavy with anticipation as Clara made her way back to the monolithic site, determined to confront the turmoil churning inside her. The brilliant moonlight bathed the stones in an otherworldly glow, making them come alive in a way Clara had never seen before. It felt as though the ancients themselves were watching, waiting for her to understand. Ewan was already at the site when she arrived, his silhouette outlined against the towering stones. He stood there, staring at the largest monolith, its surface shimmering like the night sky. As Clara approached, she could see tension etched across his features. "I was wondering if you'd come," he said softly, turning to face her. His eyes were a mixture of hope and worry, a mirror to her own conflicted heart. "I needed to," Clara replied, her voice barely above a whisper. She took one trembling step forward, feeling the pull of the stones, the weight of their stories pressing in on her. "Ewan, there's something I've been hiding from you. Something I need to face." He stepped closer, concern shadowing his expression. "What is it?" Taking a deep breath, Clara gestured towards the stones, their edges glinting in the moonlight. "These stones, they tell a story of love and sacrifice. I've always believed that love comes with a cost, heartbreak, loss. After my last relationship, I told myself I wouldn't allow myself to feel that way again. But being here with you, I realize I can't keep running." As she spoke, the winds picked up, swirling around them, rustling the leaves overhead. Clara could feel energy crackling in the air like the world was charged with renewed possibility. Yet the fear remained, coiling tightly in her gut. "I can't choose fear over this moment, over you," she continued, her voice trembling with the weight of her emotions. "But what if I choose wrong? What if I slip back into loneliness?" Ewan stepped closer, lowering his voice to a soothing tone. "What if you fly, Cara? What if you find something beautiful? Love is a risk for everyone, but it can also be the most rewarding adventure of all." Just then, a sudden gust of wind whipped through the site, rattling the stones around them. Clara felt a rush of energy engulf her, almost like a shudder that reverberated from the stones. She staggered back, startled, and glanced around as a crack of thunder rolled in the distance. The atmosphere shifted, and for a brief moment she could have sworn she saw shadowy figures moving amongst the stones, their faces etched with expressions of longing and hope. "Clara!" Ewan's voice broke through her reverie as he reached for her hand. "You're not alone in this. Whatever happens, we face it together." In that moment, something deep within her stirred. The inscription she had discovered whispered through her mind, intertwining with the ancient tale of the lovers that the stones bore witness to. Suddenly, she understood. The stone circles were not just remnants of the past, but a conduit for love's enduring power, a reminder of the brave leap that came with vulnerability. "I'm scared, Ewan," Clara admitted, tears glistening in her eyes. "But I want to try. I want to embrace the chaos of this moment." With her heart pounding in her chest, she stepped forward and pressed her palm against the cold surface of the largest stone. Ewan moved beside her, linking their fingers together, their bond a steady anchor amidst the tempest. The wind howled and the world around them faded into shadow, but together they stood firm, embracing the energy that surrounded them. "I choose to face my fears," Clara declared, her voice a fierce whisper amongst the roaring winds. "I choose you." As if in response, the stones shuddered lightly, the ground beneath them vibrating. Clara felt an electric current surge through her. No longer was she just an observer of history. She was part of it, woven into the very fabric of the stories held within the earth. In that moment, Clara and Ewan leaned into each other, and Clara surrendered to the pull of their connection. Without hesitation, she closed the distance between them, her lips finding his in a kiss that spoke of longing, promise, and newfound courage. Together they stood beneath the watchful gaze of the ancients, ready to embrace whatever came next, united against the echoes of fear that had once held her captive. And as the storm began to dissipate, revealing a sky filled with stars, Clara knew that this was just the beginning of their adventure, a story waiting to unfold among the stones, grounded in love, trust, and the bravery to step into the unknown. As the kiss lingered, the world around Clara and Ewan seemed to fade away, leaving just the two of them beneath the celestial tapestry overhead. The storm that had swept through the site began to quiet, the winds calming as if nature itself was offering them respite. Slowly they pulled apart, breathless and dazed, the unspoken promise of their newfound connection shimmering in the air. Clara looked into Ewan's eyes, where glimmers of wonder and understanding danced. "I didn't know I could feel this way again," she admitted, her voice a tremor of disbelief and joy. "It's like the stones brought us together to face this." Ewan nodded, a smile breaking across his face as he squeezed her hand. Maybe they did. Or maybe we were meant to find each other all along. He glanced around, the moonlight revealing the stones in all their majesty. This place has a way of weaving stories together, past and present, love and loss. As they stepped back from the stone, Clara felt lighter, the weight of her fears dissipating with each breath. She turned to Ewan, her heart swelling with gratitude. Thank you for your patience, and for believing in me when I couldn't believe in myself. They walked together through the stone circle, hands still intertwined, and Clara couldn't help but admire how the moonlight illuminated the inscription she had discovered. The carvings, once cryptic, now felt like a conversation, a dialogue between the ancient lovers and Clara and Ewan. Do you think we're like them? Clara pondered aloud, glancing up at Ewan with a hopeful smile. Maybe, he said thoughtfully. Every love story has its challenges, but the strength lies in how we choose to face them. We carry their legacy with us. As they made their way out of the stone circle, Clara realized they had unknowingly walked deeper into the lore she had initially come to study. The ancient monoliths had not only served as a window into the past, they also reflected the possibilities of her future. Just then, a faint shimmer caught Clara's eye. She turned back towards the stones where the ancient inscription glowed softly under the moonlight, and something deep inside her stirred. We have to document this, she said, pulling out her notebook. This inscription might hold more meaning than we realized. It's not just about a love story. It could be a guide for others who find themselves lost. Ewan's face lit up with enthusiasm. You're right. Let's plan a way to share what we've discovered. The legend, the love and the courage that binds it all together. Together they began making notes, drawing the inscription and discussing its significance as the moon climbed higher in the sky. Time slipped away, their laughter echoing through the tranquil night, the bond between them solidifying with each word spoken. As the first hints of dawn began to peek over the horizon, Clara felt an overwhelming sense of joy and contentment. She had stepped past her fears, embracing not only the warmth of Ewan's presence, but also the possibilities that lay ahead. The ancient stones were no longer just relics of the past. They were a testament to resilience and the enduring power of love. With the sun rising and casting golden rays upon the landscape, Clara glanced at Ewan, who was busy sketching, immersed in his thoughts. She found herself lost in admiration, a smile gracing her lips as she realized that she wanted to build a future with him, not just rooted in the past, but flourishing in the present. Ewan, she said, her voice steady and sincere, I want to continue this with you. Let's explore the world together, unearthing not just history but also the stories that come to life in our own lives. He paused, turning to her with a twinkle in his eye, a warmth radiating from his smile. I would love that, Clara. Together we can create our own adventures, weaving our stories among the echoes of the ancient ones. Hand in hand, they walked away from the stones, hearts full and minds alight with dreams of what was yet to come. Clara felt like she was finally ready to embrace the journey ahead. Every twist and turn, every ruin and revelation, side by side with Ewan. The past would always hold its lessons, but now the present pulsated with possibility. As they stepped into the dawn of a new adventure, united by the love story that had just begun. A night without lights. Maeve stepped off the winding bus that had carried her through the lush, rolling hills of Wicklow. Her heart finally beginning to lighten as she stood before the quaint, ivy-clad facade of the White Stone Hotel. Nestled in a serene valley, the hotel beckoned like a hidden jewel, promising warmth and comfort. After days of constant travel, her shoulders carried the weight of fatigue, and she craved a refuge from the whirlwind of her life. As she crossed the threshold into the lobby, Maeve was enveloped by a gentle embrace of warmth. The air was rich with the scent of burning wood, the crackle of lively fire drawing her gaze to the hearth, where logs sent embers dancing into the air. The hotel exuded a rustic charm with its stone walls, their surface uneven and rough, yet softened by the careful placement of plush armchairs and cosy sofas. Dark wooden beams arched above her, creating an intimate atmosphere that welcomed weary guests into the fold. In every corner of the lobby, the ambience was soothing. Gentle laughter and the soft clinking of cups filled the space as guests savoured steamy mugs of hot chocolate and herbal teas. Maeve spotted a couple snuggled under a shared blanket near the fire, their faces illuminated by the flickering light, while a family gathered around a table, animatedly discussing their day's adventures. It felt like a storybook scene, but one that Maeve longed to truly immerse herself within. She moved further into the lobby, allowing herself a moment to soak in the warmth that radiated from the fireplace. Maeve peeled off her coat, revealing a cozy sweater that had been her travel companion through the chill of the Irish countryside. She couldn't help but smile at the thought of finding solace here, a refuge where she could recharge and reconnect with herself. Outside, the world continued its gentle symphony. The leaves rustled softly as a light breeze danced through the surrounding trees, a calming whisper that beckoned her to relax. Maeve turned her gaze towards the windows, where the green hills glistened with the remnants of an afternoon drizzle. Patches of sunlight struggled to break through the clouds, casting a golden hue on the landscape. It was a picture of serene beauty, and for the first time in what felt like ages, Maeve sensed a wave of peace washing over her. With her heart lightening, she sunk into one of the inviting armchairs by the fire, the fabric plush and warm against her tired frame. She closed her eyes for a moment, letting the sounds of nature and the gentle murmur of other guests wash over her. It was a sanctuary, a place where the worries of the outside world faded like distant echoes, and Maeve could finally breathe, slowly, deeply, comfortably, ready to embrace whatever magic this cozy hotel in Wicklow had to offer. Once settled into her room, Maeve marvelled at the oasis that surrounded her. The decor was charmingly rustic, with wooden furniture that held stories of generations past. Soft, fluffy blankets lay invitingly on the bed, their warmth tempting Maeve to nestle in. Through the window, she could see the undulating green hills, their emerald beauty ever constant against the backdrop of a now muted sky. The sight alone was enough to soothe her soul, reminding her of nature's grace. She drew a deep breath, allowing the fresh, crisp air that flowed through the slightly open window to fill her lungs. Daylight was waning, casting a warm golden light across the room. Yet she felt no urgency to step out again. Instead, she curled into the blankets, pulled out her journal, and began to jot down her thoughts, allowing the essence of Wicklow to seep into her prose. Time drifted like the wisps of clouds outside, and for Maeve, everything felt perfectly serene. But tranquility can be fickle. Without warning, the gentle hum of electricity faltered. The lights flickered once and then went out entirely, plunging her cozy retreat into a veil of darkness. Maeve's heart skipped a beat as the sudden quiet enveloped her. She glanced around the room, illuminated only by the faint glow of fading light outside. The shock of the darkness ignited a flutter of nervousness within her, a reminder of how easily comfort could turn to uncertainty. From down the hall, she could hear murmurs, a stir of confusion among fellow guests. She took a moment to gather her thoughts, stood up, and made her way cautiously towards the door. As she stepped back into the lobby, Maeve noticed faces peering into the shadows, their expressions barely visible in the half-light. The crackling fireplace continued to provide a flicker of warmth, but the atmosphere had shifted to one of unrest. Guests stood together, exchanging worried glances and hushed whispers. But just as panic threatened to seep in, a figure emerged, exuding warmth and assurance. Liam, the hotel concierge, stepped forward, his presence instantly calming. Maeve had noticed him before, with his easy smile that seemed to weave kindness into the very threads of his service. "No need to fret, everyone," he called out, his voice steady amidst the murmurs. "Just a little power cut. It happens sometimes in these old buildings." With quick, purposeful movements, Liam began to gather candles from behind the reception desk. The soft sound of matches striking filled the air, and soon the flicker of flames broke the darkness. Candlelight danced along the stone walls, casting a warm, inviting glow over the lobby. Maeve felt the tension ease in the room as Liam placed candles strategically, turning the chaotic darkness into a scene of enchanting intimacy. The soft light revealed the familiar faces sheltering within the hotel walls, and the atmosphere shifted from panic to a sense of camaraderie. As guests braved the unknown together, laughter began to bubble up, weaving through the lobby like a comforting quilt. Maeve watched as Liam moved through the space, a beacon of reassurance, and a soft smile creased her lips. As the warm glow of candlelight flickered through the lobby, Maeve felt drawn to the inviting atmosphere. The embers in the fireplace still crackled softly, casting dancing shadows that played over the stone walls. She stepped further into the space, navigating through the small clusters of guests, their laughter and light-hearted chatter filling the air. The initial tension of the power cut had given way, and Maeve found herself smiling as she absorbed the scene. She approached the reception desk, where Liam was busily arranging candles, his kindness radiating through his focused demeanour. Gathering her courage, Maeve offered him a warm smile. "Looks like you're quite the candlelight artist," she said, trying to break the ice. Liam turned at her voice, his face lighting up with a grin that seemed to melt the remains of any lingering uncertainty. "Just doing my best to keep the shadows at bay," he replied with a chuckle. "Sometimes a little candlelight can make even the most unexpected moments feel magical." Maeve felt a flutter of warmth at his response. "I suppose it can," she agreed. "Though I must admit, I'm not sure how I'll entertain myself in the dark." Liam leaned against the reception desk, his demeanour relaxed as he prepared another candle. "You'd be surprised at how much you can get lost in stories when the lights go out." "You'd be surprised at how much you can get lost in stories when the lights go out." He glanced around, then lowered his voice conspiratorially. "I could share a few tales about this place, if you're interested." "Absolutely," Maeve replied, her curiosity piqued. "I'd love to hear more about the hotel." Thus began a delightful exchange, as Liam leaned closer, recounting the history of the Whitestone Hotel. He spoke of its storied past, how it had once served as a refuge for weary travellers long before electric lights illuminated its halls. "It's said that if you listen closely, you can hear the echoes of all the lives that passed through here," he remarked, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "My favourite spot is the secluded garden just outside. It's where I go to unwind, surrounded by the scent of wildflowers and the nearby brook. The tranquility there is unmatched." Maeve found herself hanging on his every word, enraptured by the imagery he painted. It was clear to her that Liam held a deep affection for both the hotel and its surroundings. There was a genuine warmth in his voice that made every story feel alive. "Do you have a favourite book?" she asked, eager to keep the conversation going. "Ah, a fellow book lover," Liam exclaimed. "I do love a good read. I find that books are the best companions during storms, much like now. I'm currently revisiting The Wind in the Willows. It captures the spirit of adventure and quietude so beautifully, like walking through nature itself." Maeve's heart swelled with appreciation. "That one has always had a special place on my shelf too. The way it portrays friendship and peaceful moments in nature is something we all need to remember." Their conversation blossomed effortlessly as they exchanged favourite authors and recommended titles, discovering more shared passions with each passing moment. In that cocoon of candlelight, Amid the rustling of leaves outside and the warmth of the fire, Maeve felt as though she were rediscovering simple joys, the joy of connection, the thrill of shared stories, and the warmth kindled by the light of companionship. For the first time in a long while, she felt truly at ease, as if the world outside had faded away, leaving only the intimacy of two souls bonding over the sacred art of storytelling. As the flickering candles cast their soft glow across the lobby, illuminating Maeve and Liam in a warm cocoon of light, the atmosphere felt rich with possibility. They continued to chat about literature and their shared love for the written word, their laughter mingling with the distant sounds of guests enjoying the unexpected intimacy of the evening. As Maeve settled into the comfort of their conversation, she felt a kinship with Liam that was both refreshing and unexpected. "Would you like to play a board game?" Liam suggested, the corners of his eyes crinkling with enthusiasm. "I have a few old classics stashed away. There's nothing like a fun game to pass the time when the lights go out." Maeve's eyes brightened at the idea. "That sounds perfect. I haven't played a board game in ages." A thrill of anticipation coursed through her as Liam went to fetch the games. Moments later, he returned with a well-worn box of Scrabble and a mischievous grin that made her heart flutter. "What do you say? May the best wordsmith win," he declared, setting up the game on a nearby table, lit by candlelight. They began choosing their tiles with playful competition. Maeve's fingers brushed against Liam's as they reached for the same letter, both of them chuckling at their synchronized effort. The atmosphere was filled with playful banter as the game unfolded. The serious demeanor of earlier moments transformed into light-hearted joy. Every word placed on the board came with its own story, and each successfully played tile elicited cheers or mock disappointment. Liam's laughter rang out like music, and Maeve couldn't help but feel buoyed by his easy approach to life. She found herself sharing snippets of her own journey. "You know," she said, focusing on the board as she rearranged her letters, "I haven't quite found my place in years. This trip was meant to be an escape, a little slice of simplicity." "What do you mean by that?" Liam asked, his interest piqued as he turned his attention away from the game momentarily. "Well," Maeve continued, drawing a deep breath as she gathered her thoughts, "I work in a bustling city, surrounded by people and noise. Life often feels like a constant race. I crave these moments where the world slows down and I can simply breathe." "I get that," Liam replied, nodding knowingly. Wicklow can feel like a different realm altogether. I grew up in this beautiful landscape. Every hill, every tree holds a memory for me. It's like living inside a painting, where time seems to pause so you can truly appreciate the moment. As he spoke, Maeve instinctively leaned in closer. Liam painted a vivid picture of his childhood, wandering the lush green trails, the aroma of earthy foliage mingling with the crisp air, and the rich stories passed down by his grandparents by the flickering candlelights of their own home. The way he described roaming freely among wildflowers and rustling bushes made the land feel alive, as if Wicklow had its own heartbeat. Maeve felt a pang of longing tug at her heart, not only for the tranquility he described, but for the way his words brought the landscape to life. "What you've described sounds so magical," she said softly. "I've always dreamed of having deep roots in a place like that. I envy those who grow up surrounded by such beauty." Liam's eyes twinkled with understanding. "I was lucky, but it hasn't always been easy. There are days I longed for adventure beyond Wicklow, seeking something beyond my familiar hills. But every time I returned, I understood why my heart always pulled me back. It's not just the scenery, it's the stories woven into every path, every stone. It's home." His words hung in the air, resonating deeply with Maeve. "I understand that," she confessed, placing her tiles down and looking at him with sincerity. "The city is my home now, but being here, it feels different. It allows me to breathe, to pause, and maybe even consider where I belong. Home isn't just a place," Liam pointed out gently, his eyes steady on hers. "It can also be a moment, or a feeling. Sometimes the truest sense of home is found in companionship, in shared experiences." As they continued to play and share bits of their lives, the game took on a life of its own. Words spilled forth as naturally as laughter, and soon the game became a backdrop to their blossoming connection. They made fun of their tile choices, playfully accusing each other of strategically placing high-scoring letters, while sharing their hopes and dreams. Dreams forged from shared themes of simplicity, adventure, and belonging. "What about you?" Maeve asked, her voice intermingling with the crackle of the fire as the game wound down. "What do you dream of?" Liam thought for a moment, gazing into the flickering candlelight, as if unravelling the threads of his aspirations. "I dream of travelling beyond Wicklow, exploring the world and finding those hidden gems that evoke the same magic I feel here. I want to meet people, hear their stories, and maybe one day return to share what I've learned with my own community. His words hung in the air, infused with a sense of adventure and yearning, bridging the space between their two worlds. Maeve felt that same pull within her, inextricably tethered to the spirit of exploration that shimmered in Liam's eyes. In that moment of vulnerability, she realized that they were two souls looking for solace and connection, longing for meaning in the simplest of interactions. Under the warm cloak of candlelight, wrapped in the intimate cocoon of shared dreams and laughter, Maeve felt the flicker of something genuine between them, transforming a simple evening into an unexpected adventure of the heart. And as the candles burned low, she knew that this night would linger in her memory long after the power returned, holding within it the promise of new beginnings and the magic of connection. As their game drew to a close and laughter faded around them, Maeve leaned back in her chair, a sense of contentment warming her from within. With the candlelight flickering softly around them, she felt a gentle urge to pause and breathe in the moment. Liam followed suit, taking a moment to relax, his smile still lingering as he set aside the board game. "Shall we take a break?" he suggested, moving toward the window. "It sounds like the rain is starting to play its own melody for us." Maeve nodded, intrigued by the invitation. They made their way to the window, peering out at the transformed world beyond. The gentle patter of rain had begun, its rhythm a soothing symphony that enveloped the landscape in a soft embrace. Each droplet seemed to dance on the leaves, creating a shimmering curtain of life against the darkening sky. The colours of the garden became more profound, the greens more vibrant, as they caught the light of the flickering candles and the faint glow of the street lamps outside. For a few moments, they stood side by side in comfortable silence, the weight of the world outside forgotten. Maeve found herself lost in the beauty of the scene, allowing her mind to wander as the rain continued to fall gracefully against the window pane. "It's beautiful, isn't it?" Maeve finally broke the silence, glancing at Liam beside her. "There's something so calming about the way the rain nurtures the earth." "It really is," Liam replied softly, his gaze still on the streaks of water cascading down the glass. "It reminds us of the cycles of nature, how everything needs its moment of pause to flourish." Maeve felt a warmth extend through her at his words, but it soon gave way to her swirling thoughts. "Sometimes I wish I could take a break," she confessed, a hint of vulnerability creeping into her tone. "My life back home moves at such a frenetic pace. I feel like I'm always chasing deadlines or social commitments, leaving little room for myself. It's exhausting." Liam turned, his expression shifting to one of understanding. "That's a common struggle, I think. We often get so caught up in our routines that we forget to take a breath, to be present in our own lives. It's like running a race to reach a finish line that keeps moving." "Yes, exactly," Maeve exclaimed, feeling seen. "I keep looking for ways to find that calm, but there's just so much noise. I long for those simple, quiet moments like this, watching the rain, enjoying a cup of tea, losing myself in a good book." She sighed, feeling a mix of frustration and longing as she admitted. "But it always feels just out of reach. Finding calm doesn't always have to be a grand destination," Liam mused. "Sometimes it's about appreciating the smaller, quieter moments we encounter along the way. Like now, you're here watching the rain fall in a beautiful place, connecting with someone who understands. That's something to hold on to." Maeve thought about his words, the weight of them settling into her heart. Perhaps he was right. Maybe her quest for peace didn't need to be so structured or complicated. Maybe it was about cultivating those fleeting moments wherever they arose. As she stood beside him, the rhythm of the rain accompanied by the soft glow of candlelight, she felt a flicker of that elusive calm wash over her, grounding her in the present. "I wish I could carry this feeling with me," she said softly, almost to herself, letting the moment linger. "You can," he replied gently, looking into her eyes, which were now reflecting a blend of hope and yearning. "Each experience shapes who we are. If you can find beauty in moments like this, you can take it back with you. It might not seem substantial, but it's the little things that often help us navigate through the chaos." For a while, they stood together, lost in their thoughts, yet bound by an unspoken understanding. Outside, the rain painted a peaceful tableau, while inside, candles flickered like stars in the comforting dimness. In this intimate space, they didn't feel like strangers. Rather, it was as if they had known each other much longer, as if their souls had recognized each other across the ties of time and circumstance. Maeve broke the silence again, her voice softer now. Tell me more about your life here, Liam. What else do you find in these quiet moments? Liam smiled, the warmth returning to his expression. To be honest, it's a lot about nurturing connections, not just with nature, but with the people around me. I find comfort in sharing stories, whether it's with guests who come and go, or with old friends over a shared meal. It's being present with those I care about, listening to their dreams and fears, and in return, sharing my own. That sounds lovely, Maeve said with a smile. As the evening unfolded, Maeve and Liam found themselves ensconced in the comforting embrace of the lobby, the soft glow of candlelight creating a warm cocoon around them. The power remained out, and the absence of electric light only deepened the enchanting atmosphere. Shadows danced on the walls, while the gentle sound of rain continued to patter against the window, like nature's own soothing lullaby. Would you like some hot cocoa? Liam suggested, breaking into her thoughts with a cheerful grin. Maeve nodded eagerly, the richness of the idea tugging at her heart. The warmth of the drink would surely enhance the cosy ambience they had created. Liam disappeared for a moment, and when he returned, he carried 2 steaming mugs adorned with delicate swirls of whipped cream and a sprinkle of chocolate on top. Behold the hotel's secret recipe, he declared, presenting them with a flourish. Maeve laughed, her spirits soaring further as she accepted a mug and took a careful sip. The rich, velvety cocoa enveloped her senses, and she closed her eyes for a moment, savouring the sweetness. "This is divine," she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as they met his. "You're a magician in the kitchen too." Liam chuckled, his cheeks warming slightly. "I wouldn't go that far, but I do believe in the power of good comfort food. It can make even a rainy evening feel special." He took a sip of his own mug, and they settled back into the warmth of their shared space. The cracks of the fire and their light-hearted laughter weaving a cosy atmosphere. With each glance and smile, Maeve began to notice subtle hints of romance in Liam's demeanour. The soft way he brushed his fingers through his hair, the tilt of his head when he listened intently, and the manner in which his eyes sparkled when they spoke about their shared interests. She felt her heart quicken, a flutter pooling in her chest as the moment deepened, wrapping them both in a gentle intimacy. As they took a break From their playful exchanges, Maeve ventured into the realm of dreams and aspirations. "So, Liam," she began curiously, "if you could go anywhere in the world, where would you choose to explore?" His brow furrowed in thought. "That's a tough one. There are so many places that call to me. But I think I'd love to visit New Zealand. I've heard the landscapes are breathtaking, and I want to experience the culture, the adventure, and the promise of endless hiking trails." His excitement was palpable, and Maeve could see the way his eyes lit up as he described the natural beauty that awaited him. "That sounds incredible. Nature is so important to me as well," Maeve replied, her voice animated. "For years I've dreamed of visiting the fjords in Norway. There's something about the mountains, the peace they radiate, that I can't shake off. I want to feel that sense of awe when standing next to something so vast." "I can picture you there," Liam said, the sincerity in his voice making Maeve's heart flutter. "I imagine you standing on the edge of a fjord, arms stretched wide, taking in the beauty around you, with the wind playing in your hair." A blush crept into Maeve's cheeks at his words, and she felt a compelling connection growing between them, a shared understanding of their desire for exploration, and a deeper appreciation for the wonders of the world. "It's funny," Maeve said, reflecting on their earlier conversations. "As much as I crave adventure, my hectic life has kept me from pursuing those dreams. Maybe it's time for a change," he suggested gently, leaning forward slightly, a spark of mischief playing in his eyes. "What if you took a leap? You could explore the fjords, and I'll journey to New Zealand with you for a little adventure of my own. Who says we can't dream up our own explorations?" Maeve's heart raced at the thought of travelling alongside him. A spontaneous journey filled with laughter, discovery, and shared beauty. "Are you suggesting we travel together? Just like that?" Liam chuckled, a lightness to his voice. "Well, it's a romantic notion, isn't it? To embark on an adventure with someone who shares your passion for exploration and quiet moments spent in awe of nature. Think of all the stories we could create together." A warmth blossomed in Maeve's chest as she considered the sheer thrill of it. The idea of wandering through stunning landscapes side by side with Liam ignited a spark of possibility, an adventure that felt so enticing. The romantic undertones between them became palpable, mingling with their laughter and shared dreams, and she couldn't help but catch his gaze. "I like the sound of that," Maeve admitted, her voice soft yet confident. Who knows what adventures await? The air between Maeve and Liam shimmered with a newfound intimacy, woven together by the threads of unspoken dreams and a heart-warming connection that had blossomed amidst candlelight. Just as they shared a heartfelt moment, gazing into each other's eyes, the hotel lobby was suddenly flooded with light. The familiar buzz of electricity filled the air, the overhead lights flickering back to life, illuminating the cozy space in stark contrast to the gentle warmth they had shared moments before. Maeve involuntarily flinched at the sudden brightness, and a brief atmosphere of awkwardness settled over them, like a cool breeze intruding upon the warmth of their shared sanctuary. The gentle glow of candlelight was replaced by the stark clarity of fluorescent lights, and the once intimate ambience was suddenly illuminated with a distinct reality. The soft sound of the rain outside faded into the background noise of the bustling hotel, as guests were re-energized by the return of electricity, chatting and moving about once again. Maeve felt a pang of disappointment grip her heart, an instinctual longing to hold onto the warmth they had created in the dark. The cozy cocoon they had spun together seemed to dissolve in an instant, and the weight of the outside world began to creep back into their consciousness. She found herself at a loss for words, unsure how to transition from the magic of their exchange back into the realm of small talk and everyday pleasantries. Seeing the flicker of uncertainty in Maeve's eyes, Liam stepped closer, his voice softening. The power may have returned, but that doesn't mean the moment we shared is any less real. His words hung delicately in the air, a reminder that even as the world brightened, the connection they had forged remained untouched. Right, Maeve murmured, attempting to gather her thoughts. It's just, everything feels different now, like the moment has slipped away. She felt vulnerable, as if the sudden brightness stripped away not just the serene atmosphere, but her comfortable bravado. Liam reached for her, gently taking her hand in his, grounding her once more. It doesn't have to slip away. We can carry it with us, carry each other's stories. Those moments can transcend the darkness, even in the light. He hesitated for a breath. But I get it. Sometimes those transitions can be tricky. Do you want to grab a seat somewhere and keep talking? It might be more comfortable over a warm fire. Maeve appreciated his thoughtful suggestion, but found herself still craving the warmth that had enveloped them just moments before. "I'd love that," she replied, the desire tinged with the reluctance to leave the intimate bubble they had shared. "But part of me also feels like it might be time to say goodbye and return to the world outside." Before she could contemplate that inevitable ending, Liam's expression softened and he reached into his pocket. "I want you to have something to remember this night," he said, pulling out a slim little book. He held it out to her, his eyes sparkling with sincerity. "It's a collection of local poetry. I thought it might resonate with you." Maeve took the book, its cover embossed with delicate patterns that captured the essence of the Irish countryside. She turned it over in her hands, feeling its weight as it promised not only beauty, but the subtle lingering of their shared connection. "Liam, this is so thoughtful," she said, her voice catching slightly. "Thank you." "You're welcome." His smile was warm and reassuring, brimming with authenticity. "Let it remind you of this place, of our time together. And maybe when you read the poems, you can think of the adventure we discussed, like carrying a piece of Wicklow with you wherever you go." Maeve felt her heart swell at the gesture, realizing the significance behind it. "I'll treasure it," she promised, her gaze locking with his, ensnared by emotions that felt both exhilarating and unnerving. A drawn-out silence filled the space, charged with the weight of unexpressed feelings, longing, and the promise of what could have been. Maeve knew that tomorrow she would have to step back into the bustling world outside that door, leaving behind not just the cozy cocoon of candlelight, but also this enchanting connection that had blossomed between them. As she made her way back to her room, a part of her hesitated, aching to linger in the warmth of his presence. I'll keep in touch," she stammered, the words tumbling out in a rush, feeling both exhilarating and daunting. "I'd like to hope we could explore that adventure one day." "I'd like that too, Maeve." Liam's response resonated with sincerity, lifting her spirits even as she prepared to part. "Don't hesitate to reach out. This is only the beginning." The following morning, Maeve awoke to the soft light of dawn filtering through her hotel window, illuminating the room in a gentle glow. The sounds of chirping birds outside provided a soothing melody that filled her with a sense of peace. Yet there was a bittersweet ache deep within her. She sat up, wrapping her arms around her knees as she reflected on the night before how the connection she had forged with Liam had transformed an ordinary evening into something beautifully extraordinary. As she prepared for her departure, Maeve felt a wave of gratitude wash over her. She folded her clothes methodically, the rhythm of her movements grounding her amidst the bittersweet emotions swirling in her heart. The little book of poetry lay open on the bedside table, its pages filled with words that begged to be explored. Each poem sang to her, echoing the sentiments of connection and nature woven into her time in Wicklow. It was a tangible reminder of the enchanting moments she had shared with Liam under the warm glow of candlelight. Stepping into the lobby, Maeve felt a mixture of excitement and melancholy wash over her. The air was alive with the sound of morning, the laughter of guests enjoying breakfast, the clinking of dishes, and the steady crackle of the fire still glowing from the night before. She took a moment to breathe it all in, wishing she could bottle the warmth of this place and carry it with her wherever life took her next. As she made her way across the lobby, her eyes caught sight of Liam leaning against the reception desk, a warm smile lighting up his face the moment he saw her. His presence felt like a magnet, pulling her back into those cherished moments they had shared. "Good morning," he exclaimed, his voice rich with genuine warmth. "How did you sleep?" "Like a log, actually," Maeve replied, returning the smile. "All the better for spending the night talking and dreaming." Liam's expression softened, and Maeve felt an undeniable spark in the air between them. "I'm glad to hear that," he said, taking a step closer. "I really enjoyed our time together. Maeve, it was unexpected and magical." A flush crept to Maeve's cheeks at his words. "I did too. Thank you for everything. The talks, the cocoa, and the poetry. It was a night I won't forget." "Nor will I," he replied, his sincerity evident as he leaned against the desk, his gaze locked onto hers. "You have my number, right? Let's definitely keep in touch." "I do," Maeve affirmed, her heart fluttering at the thought. "And I hope we can plan that adventure soon. My dream is still out there, waiting." Liam's smile deepened, and in that moment, Maeve felt a swell of hope. "I'll hold you to that," he said, his voice laced with promise. "No matter where it leads us, I'd love to explore it together." With a lingering gaze, they shared a silent moment, one filled with unspoken words and the hint of possibility hanging in the air. This isn't goodbye forever, Maeve said softly, as her heart ached with the bittersweet truth of parting. Not at all, Liam said, his voice steady and comforting. Just a see you later. Maeve stepped back, glancing at the door that led out to the lush Irish countryside. She felt herself teetering on the brink of something new, something thrilling and hopeful. As she moved to leave, she turned back to him one last time, her heart warmed by the light of a budding friendship. With the book of poetry clutched to her chest, Maeve stepped outside into the cool morning air, the beauty of Wicklow unfurling before her. The landscape glimmered anew, vibrant with dew-kissed greenery and dappled sunlight. As she walked, she felt invigorated by memories of laughter and tender connection, ready to embrace whatever awaited her in the world beyond the hotel. With each step, she carried the warmth of Liam and their shared night, and in her heart a flicker of anticipation for the adventures yet to come.